Okay. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Cannot wait for new building pieces. Seriously, though. Seriously, though. I cannot wait either. Welcome in, D's. How's it going? I think I saw Lude and Shep. A couple others in there as well. Hey, Lude with a 10-month resub. Let's go. Welcome in, man. How's it going? Like that was my dead brother. How you guys doing? Ready for some base reviews? Are we? Waiting for a lot of shrooms to grow, right? Another day. I know that feeling. Since when are there mites in here? I'm gonna have to start a zoo down here, dude. What the heck? Hello, Thieve. Welcome, welcome. I literally, I was going to watch it, and then I got distracted trying to get my son ready for bed. She said, don't have him around. So then, and then I was like, oh, crap. As soon as I saw your name in the chat, I was like, oh, crap. I didn't watch that video. Dang it. Mushroom homes for everyone. Bryson, welcome in. Chip. Popcorn is popped and my laptop is on. Now we're here to spread the love to y'all bases. Let's go, man. Chicago, welcome as well. Let's see. Sneak peek for some of you guys. I started some of the interior work. Just messing around today. Trying to figure out what the heck I want to do with this base. I also found a better way to make the axle mount work like you guys wanted. Hunter, welcome in. Astral Lizard as well. Definitely not for children. Yeah, Loot, all good, all good. I'll watch it as soon as stream's over, though. What else? I cleaned up a little bit of stuff. Just making sure people are here before we start the base reviews is all. At LeBron, at Mr. Beast. Holy cow. Wouldn't that be great? I cleaned up in here a bit as well. Just trying to mark it. I'll take it. If we could get Mr. Beast in here, you know, that's next level. A little bit of cleanup. Nothing much, though. And I started on this side of the base to get my head wrapped around this for now. Oh. They all twisted. They twisted. Oh, good thing I got that out of the way. You have an idea for a bridge? I'm all ears. This... Oh, I'm crazy. Never mind. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the bridge. That's the new walking technique for you, Chicago. This is the one. Look how good this works. Alright, thumbnail showed some interesting looking designs. Yeah, we got some good ones tonight. I haven't done a whole lot of, like, looking at them myself, so we will, experience it together, of course, which will be fun. Some pretty interesting ones. A lot of, purples, holy cow. A lot of people's first sort of try at a base in Grounded as well. We have some pretty new builders, which is pretty cool, because for new builds, I feel like they were all pretty impressive, so should be pretty cool. And for anyone, let's see, we have a new grading system that I kind of came up with last week, or I guess last week? Yeah, something like last week. It's roughly the same, but we're going to be scoring out of 10 moving forward, because out of 5 just felt like everyone got 4s and 5s, because I don't want to hurt feelings, and I also like feel like there's so much potential with all of these bases. So out of 10 gives us a little bit more wiggle room, whereas like a 3 sounds horrible, but a 7 is still pretty dang good. Like, so it's going to need, it gives us a little more wiggle room and differentiate between like the really crazy bases and then just like normal bases, so people get a better idea of like what they can improve upon. I think it'll help people instead of just being like, hey, this is just a grading system that everyone gets 4s and 5s out of. Like, that doesn't really help anyone. Out of 10, it's like, okay, 7 means you can work on it. An 8 or a 9 is like, dang, this is really solid. 10s become like way more difficult to get, so it'll be a little bit more fun and like legit grading as well. And then I changed, it's still the same stuff, but I kind of reorganized the theming of it. Yes, the new system. So it'll just help, I think, it'll help people get a better, like the whole point is to grow and get better at base building. So this will allow people to kind of like figure out where they can do better or where they're doing really, really good. Because it's all about improving. I mean, shoot, my base right now is like a 10 on potential and a 5 on everything else. So we have a lot to do. So it's all good. It's all good. Should be fun. Make the videos a little bit better. I'm getting close to finishing editing the new base review video as well. So hopefully that'll be out this week. I just need 8-Ball Ace to send me their world again, because I accidentally deleted it like a goober. Gotta love that, right? Yeah. All right, let's get out of here. So, first up, we're gonna go with a Thieve Arts base. They requested to go first since their time zone sucks. Or my time zone sucks for everyone. So, doing it so they can actually view it since they are here currently. All right, let's turn that screen off. We'll be good. Looks when you have to eat every 3 minutes and drink every 2. I've been using the Billy Hog trinket. It's really good. Works very well. Okay. Starting spot? Probably. Billy Hog, and then you just drink water, because there's water freaking everywhere now. So much water. Like, the map is covered in water. I don't even feel like you need a canteen anymore. You just run around like a psycho and you're fine. And with the Billy Hog, you don't even have to eat anymore. You're just set. Yeah, I'm gonna guess this is a good place to start. Just on the little log, but it should be fine. Okay. You're on a mushroom diet? Know that feeling? I'm at 10 on potential and 3s across for everything else on my mega build. It literally feels that way. I'm just like, I'm in this holding zone where I can do only so much because I know I'm going to replace like 90% of this build. I'm going to replace all of the stem, flooring, all that stuff because I hate stem flooring. But we need like burr and mushroom and all that stuff. The winter update can't come fast enough. Alright, my first bit of critiquing a thief running around your base earlier. Why is half your base half broken? I just ran around it, tried to get a picture earlier, and was like, why does everything need to be repaired? Did you get raided recently? It's the worst. I don't understand why this stuff doesn't work either. Burr, brick, and mushroom. Yes. I think I cooked one thing or made one smoothie since release. It's not really needed with like there's a handful of things that are in the game, like the spicy staff or the coltana. That's all the food you need. Until we get salty stuff, you can't do jerky, which is what I used to use a lot, but pretty easy to stay fed in the current setup of the game. Worse or better? Whatever. My repair doesn't work. It's like 50-50 for me. It either like works or it doesn't. It's all like the location. You have to be like at the right height. It's super weird. I know, Lude. I was just like leaning to be in the center a little more. I was too lazy. I can't talk. Too lazy to move myself. Not moving. So it's comfortable. Okay. One last drink of water and we'll get started. Gotta stay hydrated, right? All right. First up, we have a Thieve Arts. Base location is sort of... What is it? What isn't that shit? Where I am. Turned it off. That's why. There we go. Alright, we'll do that again. Alright, first up, we have a Thieve Arts. Their base is located over by the oak tree in the corner of the map. Seen quite a few over here, so it'll be pretty good. A little spot, but got a big one. Round 2, baby. Alright. I don't even know where to start, because there's all sorts of little things. So, first a thief. This looks so freaking cool. This moss looks so awesome with the lighting and stuff. I could live right here. I don't even need to see the rest of the base. I like just this. Very good. It's a really cool little like design utilizing the brick and stuff. Got your pumpkins everywhere. This thing is massive. Holy cow. Pretty little butterfly. Good job on the lighting so far. I can already tell that you've got a really good grasp on lighting. Uh-oh. I've fallen in a hole. Wait, it's perfect. We missed a crazy... Dude, holy cow. The Thieve, your lighting looks so good, by the way. Really good. Wait a second. The heck am I? Base goes everywhere. Let's see, do I have any food to... Who needs food when you got a Billy Hog trinket? We're perfect. Best setup yet. Yeah, I really like your lighting so far. I know I'm getting a little lost, but... This whole, like, under area is really cool. It's, like, everywhere. Holy. Oh, this was the door that I got. Getting situated, sorry. There's so many little routes you can go. Alright, we're back to the top. We're over there, too. Wow. This is like a really cool little custom light. Again, the lighting. The lighting is epic already. Like man-made flower, I love it. Yeah, like the switching between colors of lights looks really nice. Yeah. As everyone in chat agrees, love the flower. And the use of this moss, like, everywhere. Really cool that you didn't just cover that up. That's really nice. So many areas. Oh, you're even working off grid a little bit. Very nice. I love these, like, slightly curving pathways. I think they look so cool. It's such a simple little thing, but it looks really nice every time. Alright, I think that's the whole outside, like, courtyard area. But let's get inside. Let's see what happens. If you haven't noticed, the Thieves' repair does not work. Oh, that one worked. Half of them won't work. I couldn't get most of them to work. Just clean it up for you a little bit. Nope, see, it doesn't work. Very cool again. Once again, loving your lighting so far. Great little details, too. Like a secret passage or something. A war went down in this base. It does feel like that. Definitely gotten raided once or twice, I'm guessing. Okay. Go upstairs. Oh, look. A little heart. Just a cute little pink heart. Yeah, again, the lighting is epic. Love the little pillow idea as well. We've seen that before. That's really cool. Oh, and even using them as like little chairs. Very good on the little details and stuff. Got your like nice opening over here as well. Again, not a totally finished base yet, of course, but you have a really good start so far. I really like how you've divided these spaces up where it's a big space, but there's just enough detail in each area to like feel like each spot is kind of separated. It's really cool. And this is a really good chandelier design too. Done a really good job like mixing up the materials. It feels very organic in many ways. Like the floor being different with the pebbles. That's expensive. Great job on the staircase as well. Really like, I'm not a huge fan of the spiral staircases, but at the same time, when they're done right, they are really cool. And I'm only not a fan typically because they make me want to pee. Is this pool? Is this a pool table? Is this what I'm seeing? It sure looks like a pool table. Little bar stool area. This is really nice. Little cookout spot. More chandeliers. You even like switched them up too. It's not even the same exact one. Little cook and storage space, the kitchen and everything. And another awesome balcony, by the way. Definitely looks like a pool table hunter. Definitely. If it's anything else, I'd just be disappointed. Yeah, the dummies unfortunately don't keep their positions right now, yeah. But I can only imagine it looked even more epic when they held their position properly. This literally feels exactly like a pool house sort of thing. Like just like a couple people randomly sitting, watching people play pool while you wait patiently. Oh, really good job on adding all these tables together as well. That looks really nice. I don't know why these guys are eating like that. No, I'm just kidding. I know. It's I know. Standing at the dinner table? And again, really good job on like the way this is laid out on the interior. Like it's roughly a square or a rectangle, whatever you'd like to call it, all the way up, but every space feels so kind of unique in the way it's laid out. Get rid of all those. There we go. You've done a really good job like separating all these different spaces, and you get up. Like the staircases are all in slightly different locations. Like it's not just like repeated over and over again. Really well done. Yeah, I don't know why your repair tool doesn't work. It's weird. Super weird. Perfect base to review at night as well, since you have so much lighting. Very cool, very cool. Okay, you got all your crafting. Again, your lighting is like immaculate. It's very subtle, but like all the little color changes between everything, just like the pinks and purples, the and yellows and stuff, look really nice together. It's a very like warm, like homey vibe that I like. And again, the like balcony spaces, like overlooking the yards and stuff, are really cool. Sounds good, Travis. Welcome in everyone as well. A little distracted with the base at this moment, but I will catch up with everyone for sure afterwards. Don't worry. Your little like armor dummy spot, very cool. Job on the like little windows. I love this like the ladder aesthetic. Seen it done a lot of different ways, but it seems like everyone kind of has a different take on how it works, and it always looks nice. Very cool. Now we can go all the way down, but we got a ways to go up still too. Okay, you got your starts of your bug museum as well. It's very interesting, a Thieve. I know lots of work to be done. It's a never-ending process, but there's a lot of potential here. And again, the lighting and the balconies are some of my favorite parts so far. I love, and it's hard to see at night, of course, but I just love a good view. Especially with like how big this yard is, it's really cool to like look out over the whole thing. You got awesome. Exactly what I would want in my base. Welcome in, Backwoods. Welcome in. Yeah, of course, not done, but I mean, you have a really, really good start to all of this stuff. It's a process and a half collecting all these materials and making it, because this is a pretty decent sized base. Like, it's definitely not small by any means. You have a lot going on. Quite large. Very cool. And I can see like the potential, like once you finish all the lighting and stuff, is gonna look really nice in here. Really, really nice. Then I think we just need to go back down, because there's another area, I think. Another building off to the right down here somewhere. Please feel free to let me know if I maybe missed anything inside. It's always easy to get lost in these bases. This way? This way. Yes. Working on like an elevator tower, a bounce web tower. Nice. And then the last room. Okay, you got your sap catchers over here. Ah, pallet storage. Very nice. Yeah, I love that you kind of like separated all this stuff into its own little space to kind of like not over clutter. I think that's something that's always really difficult to do, is not over clutter a base too much by just putting all of the different like functional pieces just absolutely smashed into a small space. So it works really well, like separating this all out into its own space. And I love big sprawling builds too. It's really fun creating like different little buildings for each individual part. So I think you've done a really good job on that as well. Let's see. Wish I could turn that off. Looks so much better. All right. So, make sure we didn't miss anything outside, because there's a lot of random stuff out here too. Didn't even notice this is down here. Did I just walk? Oh, it's not finished yet. It's like, what? But yeah, I'm going to keep them a little shorter tonight, because we have a lot of bases to start getting through. And I might be taking next week off for base tours to do something special. Down under the big flower. Let's see. Under this one? Is that the one I went down already? Assuming down here somewhere. Even more down here. You have all sorts of crazy lighting and stuff in these tunnels. This is really cool. Special, you say? Yes. Lude, you already know kind of what might be happening. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, and still working. God, it like really good job on like the connections between these different spaces. Because a lot of these tunnels are like half tunnels. They're just kind of like little crevasses, but you've really made them feel like an actual tunnel with all this little detail and stuff. It's really cool. Saw that. Yeah, the caves are awesome. All right, but yeah, as I said, we'll hop straight into the grading on this one, so we can get through a lot of bases tonight, since we've seen everything, I believe. First impressions, honestly, I have to give you probably an 8 out of 10 on that. I'm gonna be a little more strict on the grading because I really want to start helping people improve, not just say like everyone's amazing. You guys are, and you should know that already. That comes automatically with people that are willing to like share their bases and do this whole thing with me, because I know how uncomfortable it can be, because I've done it before with a content creator before I started doing this. So I really appreciate everyone, but I also want to give you like very helpful scoring in a way that really knows like everyone can improve. My bases aren't perfect. Ludorav's bases aren't perfect. Shaka, no one's bases are perfect. Everyone can improve upon things. and get better, and that's the whole goal out of all of this, is that we all get better at the end of the day. So I definitely think about an 8 out of 10 on first impressions. I think there's so much potential with what you have going on here. I know there's so much work to be done because this space is huge, and you're using a lot of space. That needs to be turned off. You're taking up a lot of space, so it is hard to finish this much. I know how long it takes to grind all these materials, but you've done a really good job, and it's a really, really, really good start.
Take 5, Buggy Boy.
In terms of, again, 8 out of 10 on the first impressions. Of course, there's lots of little things that you could improve, but it's a really, really good start to a base. You have a ton going on and a ton of really cool stuff happening, and inside and outside, I think, is really good. If you go straight to the layout and interiors, this sort of encompasses the idea, layout being the entire layout of the base, and then the interior design, the smaller details and stuff, since technically I consider a lot of like the flow and layout of the base very similar to the insides of the base and how you navigate throughout it. The layout and interior, I'd probably give you another 8 on it. What you have is really, really good. It's super unique. You have so much crazy, like, the lighting is, if I had to grade the lighting alone, you've got a 10 on the lighting because I think you've done such a good job. But it's just cleaning up a little stuff here and there. Overall, the layout's super fun. It's pretty easy to navigate, even though there's a lot to see and a lot to go around. It feels very natural, just kind of running through each spot. It's very easy to tell where I'm going next, but you also haven't just replicated the exact staircase going up 4 or 5 floors. Like, you've done a really good job switching it up, and then each level, in a way that I really enjoy, is sort of its own thing. You've got like a bar with its own kitchen and like all these like exterior views, which are incredible. The balconies are all placed really uniquely. They all look really nice, and they're all over. Like, everywhere you look, there's a cool little balcony space to like overlook things, which I really enjoy. And then just navigating through the base is part of the process, which I think is fun. And it's not, again, just replicated over and over again. So you've done a really good job on that. So again, yes, an 8 on the layout and interior. The materials and exterior, I've sort of lumped together on this. I think this is one of the spaces where I think you might be able to improve the most upon. Because on the inside of the base, I really, really like the different materials. I think it looks super interesting. It keeps sort of a really like unique style and aesthetic on the inside of the base, using like, you've used pretty much every material. I mean, you've got pebbles and pine and clovers, both sides of pines, pebble columns, grass, weed stem, floors, windows. Like, you have all the different materials, and I think it creates like a really interesting interior design. But I think what's lacking a little bit because of that is you sort of have, at least from what I would first say, is sort of almost the exact opposite way I look at bases. And not that there's anything wrong about it. Honestly, working through the inside to design the outside, I think, is absolutely an effective way of doing it. It works very well for the majority of people. But I think it leaves just a little bit of kind of disjointed design on the exterior of the build. I don't necessarily dislike that there's like layering to this. I think it's nice, but I think where that sort of falls short is where, and this is sort of a little bit more of a personal opinion of how I like to view exterior bases. It's the inside, the disjointed sort of different use of materials creates a lot of extra detail, which I think works really well. But then when you come to the outside, it sort of leaves, it's almost a little too chaotic at times, where some parts are, the materials are all switching and changing, and the shaping of it is kind of a little disjointed. So I think you could work and spend a little bit of time. This is where I really like to use the idea of depth in my builds. Instead of kind of what you've done is, it's sort of the opposite way, as I said, that I work. That if you design from the outside, you're stuck with whatever is on the inside. And the way you've done it is it looks more so you've designed the inside of the base, and so you're kind of stuck with the materials on the outside from the decisions you made on the inside. And so something I would suggest specifically is that potentially building these out half a block, if you use like a vertical half wall spacing, that way you could sort of fill in a little bit of this stuff and sort of create a little bit more cohesive exterior of the whole thing. And I don't have a problem at all with it not being like 100% symmetrical, and that's not at all what I mean specifically by that. But there's so much materials happening on the outside that it lacks. The theming on the inside feels very good, but then the outside sort of feels a little bit more disjointed with just sort of how the materials just sort of happen. And that's sort of just the way that your brain worked. Like it's just sort of I have the opposite effect where I build from the outside in typically. And so I have to then layer and layer and layer on the inside to cover up the decisions I made on the outside. So it's sort of a pick your poison. If you design from the inside, you then have to kind of figure out how that all comes together on the outside. But if you go kind of the opposite, then if you do the inside, now you have to kind of figure out what is happening on the outside and how you're going to rectify some of those decisions made. But I think overall, it looks really good. Like it has a lot of potential, but I think you could potentially just clean up some of these little things or make these feel like this is sort of a more purposeful decision on the outside instead of sort of ending up with what the cool things that happen on the inside just kind of are automatically reflected on the outside. And some of it's just cleaning up some of these little things or adding extra little details. But it's a really good start, and it's a really unique shape. And as you said, if you look far away, it looks like a skull, which is really cool. And I think if that's sort of a goal, then play that up a little bit more. Really look at how you could sort of amplify the idea of that skull to a different level. Let's see if we can see it from a little higher up. Because I think that's a really interesting idea. And you could check out Ludorav's Grounded 1 base tours. He has a couple skull designs actually. And you might be able to sort of get some ideas on how to like amplify that. Because I think that's a really interesting idea, especially with how unique the inside is. Like somehow making the inside super unique as you have, and then having the outside sort of look like a skull. Just amplify it. Maybe that means copying this over. So maybe like the eye has a little bit more like symmetry. Could definitely help with that. But again, I don't even know if I've said materials and exterior, because it's like a tale of two different situations where I think the outside of the building itself lacks a little bit of cohesiveness, but I still would give you an 8 because the outside of all of your base, like the exterior courtyard spaces, these are incredible. These are super interesting. I just want to run around in these caves, and I just want to see like more of this cave stuff finished. I know you're obviously still laying out a lot of this stuff, but I think you've done a really like interesting, unique design in how you're lighting all of these up. So again, materials and exterior, another 8 on that. Definitely could be improved on some parts, but again, like the overall concept you have going on here is really interesting and works really well. I just want to run around because your lighting is so good. And I want to see this kind of stuff everywhere. Just more of it. It's so cool. And this freaking flower that you made is epic, by the way. I think we're probably going to see a lot of custom flowers now, too, because I think this looks super cool. A lot of cool little features to it. The structure of it. I think you've done a good job on this. It's not necessarily, like, super obvious that there's a bunch of structure, and I think that's totally fine. There's certain bases that do better showing off a lot of structural portions. But at the end of the day, like, you've done a really good job laying out a pretty legit looking base. Nothing's too crazy. A lot of it feels really nice. I mean, you can even see where you're sort of tying some of these pieces in. You just haven't quite finished those things yet. So it's really well done on that aspect. Everything feels very natural. There's some fun aspects where things cantilever a little bit, but there's nothing like, oh, this is like this ridiculous like floating base sort of thing. Like everything feels like intentionally designed on that side of the structure and stuff. So I'd probably give you a 7 on the structure and stuff. Just we can all improve a little bit. I think there's some spaces potentially on the exterior that might help by a little structure and stuff. In the same way that you could start working on the outside and start tying some of these things in. Maybe that's some structural pieces or some columns and stuff. But overall, it works. Like, you don't necessarily... Like, the structure doesn't have to be this massive part of every design. It's just one of our random grading points that I just talked about. Because overall, it's pretty dang good. There's not a whole lot I can knock on the structural side. But maybe, like, little things, just adding more details to these bridges. Of course, they look like they're still kind of under construction and stuff, so you haven't quite finished those pieces, and it looks like you're layering a lot of this out. So just putting a little bit more time into these as you get there. Because this is, again, a large base. So there's so much stuff that you get to continue working on. And it's got a really good start so far. Getting rated. The functionality of it. Again, that's an easy 8. I'm probably equating an 8 to a 4, which means it's good. Like, it's good. Everything's here.
Filling up the tank.
You have just enough of everything that it's all sort of working. You have some fun little spots up in the upper areas where you're like separating the museum and those things, which I find, although they are on the more fun design side of things, I think that showing off all these individual things is also part of the function, because in the late game, especially in survival worlds, you really do want to have a spot for every armor. You do want to have a spot for all the bug mounts and stuff, so when you go and fight them, you're able to just run upstairs and kind of click on whatever one, get your head mounts, get your stuffed bugs, get the bonuses, and then you can just run to wherever you are. So I enjoy showing those things off. Same with the armor dummy spaces, really well done, super functional stuff. I like your little designs and how you've like backlit these and stuff. That all looks really nice. And like the little details, again, the interior is phenomenal. Very, very good. And then functional. I mean, this is absolutely as functional as it gets. Simple, straight to the point. It looks nice. Your lighting, again, is so freaking good. It just works. It works very well. It's hard to knock you on that very much. But I am saving 9s and 10s for the best of the best at this point. And everyone needs a little work on everything. Now, hopefully, everyone's not getting 4s and 5s on every single thing. So we all know where we can improve a little bit. It's good. It's very good. The theme and continuity. I really like it. I don't know if there's necessarily like a specific theme. Sometimes we see like one specific concept or idea, and that doesn't necessarily mean that's something that it needs to be. That's maybe more focused on some of the specific bases like we've seen in Airport and like Japanese style architecture and stuff. And that's just more of a personal kind of aesthetic to builds. So it's easier to grade on that, whereas like yours is kind of having fun just doing a lot of different things, and I think that's totally fine. I enjoy it aesthetically, pretty much every piece of it. I think there's a lot of interesting things you have going on. So I'd probably give you maybe a 7, just to be slightly critical of it, just because I think in terms of like the continuity of the exterior, as I had already talked about, I think you can improve just on that a little bit, especially if you have the idea, like I love the idea of like this skull as like the overall base. Which I think could be really cool to sort of dive into and sort of give it that specific like continuity. So it reads maybe just as a more single base instead of lots of little pieces of it. Because it, not in a bad way, and I don't want this to all sound like I'm overly critiquing or anything, but you could definitely tell that like this is a floor you've designed, this is a floor you've designed, this is a floor you've designed, this is a floor you've designed. And on the inside of the base, I love that it's super random and it kind of switches in between everything. And as you say, you don't look for a particular style. And that's fine. Not everyone has to have like one design idea that we all love and work off of. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good. It's just easier to say like, oh, you have an idea and you've executed on it. Whereas this is like, you've executed incredibly well on the inside, and now we can kind of come. And in survival, this is also really difficult. Working on the exterior of these big, tall bases is really hard because there's not really a good way currently to like go out and add and adjust things. So I can definitely see why you kind of built up as you went and it kind of came together as you were working on it. So it's definitely good. It's not like critiquing overly. I'm not trying to overly critique just the exterior, but that's like the rest of it is so good that that's kind of the one thing I can focus on because I love the undersides and the theming, kind of how you've created this like network of caves and connected all these things, and you've left them open too. So there's like so much fun like walking around and getting lost in that kind of stuff, which I really like. So I think you've done really good on it. It just needs a little bit of continuity between things, and I think you've knocked it completely out of the park. The skull wasn't your goal. Well, now it might be. You never know. If it works, it works. You know, sometimes it doesn't hurt to have a happy accident, as Bob Ross has told us for many, many years. Happy accidents are a lot of the times how some of my favorite things I've built have happened. Just kind of accidentally putting some things together, and it just kind of creates an idea, and then it gives you something to work off of. But it's definitely interesting. Definitely very cool. Overall creativity, I think I'm going to give you an 8 on this. Again, 9s and 10s are going to be they're going to start to be really hard to get for everyone. So don't expect 9s and 10s as much as the 4s and 5s on everything. But I'm happy to give an 8 on this. I think it's super creative. All your interior stuff, the pool table is so freaking cool. All the little balconies, I think, look incredible. The little viewpoints are so well done. I really, really like looking out from those spaces. So I think it's really cool. It's really creative. And the way you've utilized, again, one of my favorite things in this game personally is to build with the terrain. And although you've created sort of a flat surface, you didn't just cover it, which I think is like, it was the penultimate like creativity side of things. Instead of just creating a flat surface, you created a flat surface, but then you've created really interesting pathways and unique ways to sort of explore that kind of cave system you've created, which I think is really cool. And I really like that. And even just like flower, super creative. Your lighting, again, is top tier. We don't have a lighting one, unfortunately, but that sort of falls in on its own world. And then in terms of overall potential, I think it's super. There's a ton of potential here. You've done a really, really good job. So again, like an 8 on that side of things. You have a ton of space to work. You have so many like cool areas that you can continue developing as you get more and more time put into this, because this is a lot of time and effort to build a base like this. And I think you had said this is kind of your first like big base build of any kind. So I think you're at a really, really good starting point, and you have a really cool like understanding of how to just navigate through interesting spaces. So I think it's really cool overall. I think there's a ton of potential as you keep adding and kind of finishing these things out overall, that you can that's what I love to see at the end of the day, is the completely finished bases are awesome. They're really fun to look at, but I love seeing the potential in builds. And I can tell that give it a month or two and a handful of more materials once we get the winter update, and this thing is going to look freaking insane. And more insane than it already looks, honestly, because it's really good. Very, very cool. But yeah, thank you once again, Thieve. Awesome build, really good job. There's a lot of cool things that you've done with this base that I really enjoy, and it was a lot of fun looking at. So thank you once again for letting us take a peek at this one. A very cool base. Excited to potentially see it down the road as well, and how you keep building and adjust things as you find more and more time to keep working on it, because there's a lot of opportunity and potential here with all the things you have going on. Very well done. Okay. A Thieve, awesome job. Really. I'm being slightly more critical, and unfortunately you were the first person with a new slightly more critical system, but I also like really, really do want to give people like advice and tips on how they can keep going. And so your base is at like the perfect point where there's plenty of detail to like get a really good idea of like how creative you are, but it also leaves up a lot of opportunity to continue pushing and changing things. So you're at a really good spot on the build. Noted, remind Timber to add lighting to the scorecard. I know, it just didn't fit with anything. Like it's just another scoring option. Like it just keeps going. Like how many things am I going to score? Welcome in, fellow Grim, Backwoods, Astral Lizard, Hunter, Chap, Dinnerman. Thank you everyone for coming and hanging out with us. Hope you all are having a great night. But yes, very cool build. Very cool build. And a lot of the bases tonight specifically are kind of people's like first try on a base. And I'm impressed from what I've seen. I've seen a lot of really cool bases. Just kind of hopping around. Next, we have Eddie. Let's see if we can find this one. What's up, CX? Remember when I told you about my big base that I was working on while you were on vacation? Well, I'm doing and adding more to the base than expected. I'm loving it. Sounds good. Love to hear it. Nothing wrong with spending more and more time. Love to hear it. Turn that off so I can figure out where I am. Should we? I am holding off on yours, I believe, Lude. We got a lot of bases that I need to get caught up on. Especially so... Thought that was a bug mount. Like the scorpion. It's not. But you guys can't see it. Kill this guy so he doesn't kill me. Sounds good. Yeah, so just for a little piece of info for you guys. So we have a couple of things that I got going on. One, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 bases on the list currently, and only like 2 or 3 people haven't shared their bases yet. We have a lot of bases to get through. So I'm going to try to be cranking through these a little bit faster, doing a little bit more than 6 potentially. Next week, I might, instead of the normal Tour Tuesday, we might do a live stream Tour Tuesday of the 5 base submissions for the Extra Lives event that we're doing currently for the community. If you don't know what that is, make sure to, on Twitch, it's linked there. It's also in the bio or the description of my YouTube live stream as well. We're doing an awesome charity event through November 7th or 11th, can't totally remember. But through the beginning part of November, where we're trying to raise money for Extra Lives, same charity that Obsidian does streams for. This is going directly towards their goal of 30,000. We just hit 500 tonight, so there is a raffle for a $100 or $150 gift card, a Steam gift card, given to us by I'm Cade. Amazing guy, love that guy. We also have a build competition, an art competition. And specifically myself and Jade and C Dinky and Apex are going to be going over the top 5 bases together. And picking, or we're going to be going through all the bases. I am essentially the build authority and helping them decide on who the final 5 are going to be. And so we will be choosing those, potentially this weekend or first thing next week. And then I believe I'm going to do, instead of a normal Tour Tuesday, we're still figuring this out, I know I'm repeating myself, but I will be doing a live stream walking through, assuming we can get a shared copy of everyone's world of the top 5 bases that are picked. And then we'll be doing just essentially a Tour Tuesday, but for those bases. That way everyone kind of has a fair shake. Because some of the bases, people have a lot more... They have access to recording materials, and they have pictures and stuff. And some people are on... That scared me. Some people are on Xbox and don't have access to like a capture card and all that stuff. So the goal being, if we can get the worlds from the 5 finalists, I will show them off on stream. It'll be another chance for us to promote the charity as well next week before things wrap up, which we really want to do because we're trying to get $3,000 and we're at like 500. So we got a long ways to go. We got a great start because the official thing doesn't necessarily start until the 1st of November. The Peeper Challenge that the streaming and content creator community is going to be doing together to continue raising money. But We got to get doing as much as we possibly can for an awesome cause. If you don't know Extra Lifes, they're an awesome charity for kids, helping sick kids. So it's an awesome one. Very happy to be included in it. And so just trying to get through more bases tonight and stuff so we can potentially take next week off and show off those 5 bases. And that way people can vote, because the community is going to decide who wins that. We're just deciding who the top 5 finalists are, and then the whole community gets to vote on who they think is the winner. So it'd be a good time to show that off. But without further ado, next up we have Eddie. Eddie's base is like right here in between Axel and the ceremony area. Cool little spot. Haven't really seen anything here, but what a great little kind of starter base. This is survival as far as I know. Great little base location. Awesome little starter base. And just from first glance, like the fact that you've integrated this flower in the base looks incredible. Super small base, but this is like so attainable for the majority of players. And I think you've done an incredible job. It's very cohesive. It just is clean overall. The integration of that flower, as I said, is awesome. A nice little cute exterior, as Backwoods said, just cute and cozy. Really nice. I mean, it literally is like a perfect house. The chimney and everything, really, really well done. Gotta say, the exterior is immaculate. Want to buy how much raw science, right? This is a perfect little starter home. Really clean. It's like very light. In the mood, it's just clean and light. I really, really like. In the outside, your little like windows everywhere look really nice. Not like using the full windows, which is really well done. Just like some of them, the actual window blocks, but then kind of creating your own windows. The scale of these little window pieces feels very, very perfect for this size build. 50,000 raw science, Shikaka. I like it. Even the fact, like, as you can see, if you didn't notice, this is where the dandelion comes, and it's like fully integrated all the way to the top of the base too, which is super cool. Very, very unique. The balconies are freaking awesome too. Feels kind of like an old school, like Victorian style home or something. I really like it. You terrified of chopping the dandelion, right? On accident one day. Grows back though. You'll be fine, right? The lighting that you've done on the little pieces looks really good as well. Very clean. Very, very clean. Some of my favorite bases. I really do enjoy the big, like, massive base designs, but these, like, small, efficient little homes are just so nice. Gives you a glimpse of, like, what you can really build in a small, small place. And this dandelion is so cool. It just has everything. It's got every little piece you need. Not, like, over the top. The insides are just enough detail to be, like, interesting, but not, like, overwhelming by any means, which is really cool. How can you grow the small mushroom groups like the ones on the exterior? So the white mushrooms are... You grab the little white mushrooms that you'll find around the bigger ones naturally growing. And then you just have to use fertilizer. So if you use rotten food... if you use 5 of those, you have a chance to potentially grow these. And these are the ones where, like, you can see there's 3 large ones. You can potentially get 4 in each one of these, but it's sort of all RNG and randomness to get those. But it's really good. And I know, quick one, small base, so not a lot to run around and see. So we'll kind of jump straight into the grading on this one. But my first impressions, honestly, this is immaculate. Like, easy 9 on the first impressions. Like, just looking at it, your lighting on the different layers is really well done. The flower in the middle of it is such a cool little, like, piece to add some detail to it. Because without the flower, it's a really good, cool base. But that adds, like, just one really cool effect to it, which I really, really like. It's so clean and simple. I think a lot of people would love to copy this base. or at least have the plans to figure out how you did it, because it's super clean. The outside just looks just like a house. It feels so perfect. So layout and interior, again, easy 8. I'm gonna give you a 9 on it. Honestly, I'm really impressed with this little base. Sort of one of the downsides of maybe the bigger bases, especially when there's so much work to be done on them still, is that it's not necessarily a completed base, so I can only grade on things that I currently see, and I can't really speculate on other people's designs too much, but it's done. It's like a finished, perfect little house. So I'm happy to give an easy 9 on the interior and layouts. I really like the way you've kind of done this. Each space is sort of unique and leads to some fun little balcony. It's really obvious how you run around everything, but it's just simple and it's good. I can't even put into words how much I like this little base. The materials and exterior. Honestly, I like the exterior even more than I like the interior, as crazy as that is. So I'd easily give you a 9 on this, if not a 9.5. I don't know if there's anything I would actually change on the exterior of this. If I give it a 10, people will troll me and get mad that they don't like something about it. But the exterior is so clean. Such a simple palette. It's such a simple palette. You just kept the inside piece all pine, the exterior columns and everything in stem, and it just looks so clean. Simple, efficient. I know a lot of us, I've made a lot of comments on like using little triangles and those sort of things, but that can very quickly muddy the design of a build, whereas this is so simple and well executed in the details that you've done, like depth, again, being one of the things that I really, really like in builds. There's just enough from the way you've done the balconies and then how you've supported them that looks so realistic. Again, it looks like kind of like a Victorian style home that just like really makes me want to like move in and just live here. I mean, with the balcony and stuff, it's just enough detail where you need it. The mushrooms and stuff, like, maybe seem a little weird at times on the inside, but when you're looking from the outside, like the lighting effect that they give is really nice. You've kind of kept it cohesive with each thing. Roof one material, balconies another, actual walls another material. Like, it's 3 simple material choices, just very well executed at the end of the day, though. So very, very good job. I honestly, I don't think I would change anything on the exterior of this. I absolutely love the little details, and even like the little bump outs and stuff, having like a cohesive window feature and then creating your own custom windows in like the other spaces looks really nice. The structure, again, that spider is horrifying. The structural side of it, again, easy 9 on this one. I know it's not necessarily like so complicated, but that's sort of how I like to think of structure. Is simple is just as elegant as like the crazy big structures and stuff. And the way you've used the structural pieces with the door frames creates the exact effect of like a Victorian style, like older home that you would see. So I think it's really well done. And again, the structure is so, like, you don't even really think of this stuff as structure necessarily because it's just so well integrated into the base. So I'm a really big fan of the simplicity of this, where it's not overwhelming. Like, a lot of my stuff can be overwhelming, and it's not everyone's style. Whereas the majority of players, I think, will absolutely love this. I don't keep falling into holes. Because, yeah, it's just cool.
Lighten up.
Functionality, again, potentially an 8 on this. This is probably the only spot that I might knock you just a bit. The issue with smaller bases, it is harder to fit some of these things in. So they're a little spread out with like spinners in one spot, kind of the different functions all on different levels and stuff. And this is like nitpicking the littlest things because I want to give you some tips and stuff, not just saying it's perfect and moving on, because I think we can all improve a little bit. But that's maybe the one thing that I would notice, is that because of the smaller size of the base, each individual piece is kind of separated out into different spaces. So like Water's up top. Jerky racks are up top. And it works. There's nothing wrong with the way you've laid this out by any means. So I don't want to like... I don't want you to take it wrong or anything. But if I could improve any one thing, it's the inside functional pieces are just a little spread out at times. Where it's a small enough base that I'm not really saying that it doesn't work, because it does. Like it's a small enough base, it doesn't really matter where these things are laid out. But if that's like the one thing I could mention, finding a way to make just slightly more functional spaces, so your chests are they're kind of spread out through the different floors and stuff. Probably all just enough at the end of the day to still reach this and probably be able to build just about anything, as you can see. So it does function very well. But that is maybe the one thing that I noticed that could slightly be improved upon, is maybe these, like, the staircases in the way you get around, maybe potentially slightly change, allowing you just a little bit more space to kind of put these things, or potentially, like, I want to use these balconies where you have the jerky rack and the dew collector and the, the water container. Maybe those become like exterior details. That's something that I could easily see just being a slight improvement, is maybe taking some of those pieces to declutter the inside, because I do like how spaced out everything is. There's not a million things happening. It's just very simple and elegant. And maybe that's where like something like this is maybe utilized slightly more. You could throw like your water containers or dew collectors there, more of your jerky racks sort of lined out here, since you do have a lot of space to kind of work on the outside of the base. That'd be maybe the last piece that I could say that you could improve on those things, is just the exterior a little bit, in terms of not the building is perfect. I really enjoy that, but maybe the way that this sits in the landscape, utilizing this stuff a little bit more, adding a little more detail to kind of fill some of these gaps and stuff and sort of take over the landscape just a hair more than you currently are, because it is really good. And again, even more functionality. Holy cow, I didn't even know these were down here. And yeah, maybe that makes this space just a little more organized. So like all your dew collectors and all the functional stuff kind of comes down here. And if you can like line out the walls, potentially you could put your pallets and those things stored a little bit more efficiently and make this space like a Thieve's cave spaces are a great example of how you could potentially add some more detail and design to these little things. But other than that, it all works really well. And that's just me being a little nitpicky to give you some advice, because it is really nice. Very well done. The theme and continuity of it, I think an easy 9 on it. Again, it is just simply done. Like, there's two sides to bases. You can do the ridiculous massive bases that I do. Luderav does, Shikaka, Alfredo. There's so many more. I don't want to like leave anyone off that list necessarily, but we do massive crazy bases that I can oftentimes look at and be like, it's probably overwhelming visually at times, whereas this is just simple and cohesive at its finest. You picked one kind of style of a build and you've executed really well. You've kept your material palettes really simple, so everything looks really nice. The inside and the outside fit very well, using the pine and not using the new pine walls, where like you did pine on both, but using the kind of shingle siding on the outside and the pine on the inside creates just enough like material change on the outside that I really like the light and dark, whereas the inside becomes kind of pure light, which is really nice for the inside of a base. It creates a very welcoming space that you would... very homey, I guess is a good way to put it. So I do really enjoy the cohesiveness of the entire base. And then the overall creativity, I'm going to give you... oh, it's really hard. I'm going to say an 8 or an 8.5 on it. I think you've done a really good job on the creative side of it. I think it's really simple. So maybe that's where the 10s are, is like that over-the-top stuff. Like the flower we saw on that, the more customized things. But creativity doesn't always mean flashy at the end of the day. And I think to keep something as simple and elegant as this base is, And of course, like your flower, incredibly creative. Of course, don't want to forget that because it does look incredible. And the fact you've like integrated it so well into the space. And that's why I'm like in between that like 8 and 9 range. Because the simplicity of it is its own side of creativity. But there could be some elements that maybe just pop just a little bit more if we're really getting into the nitty gritty here. Because I think overall you've done a really good job in like the creative side of this build. Just implementing the little pieces very flawlessly. And potential, again, I think easy 9 on the potential. I think the vast majority of players that are looking at this base, like, in all honesty, I know you're not here, Eddie, but if you're interested in it, oh jeez. All right, we'll cut this real quick. Gotta kill this guy. Bring it. Come on. You want some? Quick little intermission. Get out of my base review. I'm working here, bro. What are you doing attacking this thing? Nerds, jeez. Interrupting everything. Okay. He's ruining everything. Look at that. Oh no. Killed a weevil. Usani, welcome in. Astral Lizard. How's it going, guys? Frostbit Fanatic. Everything's going great. Everything is going great. We just want to build smaller so I can actually finish the build. Right? That is the struggle of big bases, is they're never ending. Never ending. Yeah, so as I was saying, after I was so rudely interrupted by that wolf spider, I would highly suggest I'll get a hold of you specifically, Eddie, but this would be an awesome, awesome base to show off in the build competition that we're currently doing for the Extra Life Challenge. This is exactly what I think of as a starter base. It's simple, very simply done, not endgame materials or anything. It's small enough that it's approachable for literally every single builder. Every single builder in the game could aspire to doing something like this. So I think it's a great opportunity. It's like the perfect starter base. And I think the majority of players, as I was saying, that are new to the game, that are just learning building and stuff, could look at this as a really, really good example. Really, really good example of like how to make a simple, cohesive, just well done starter base. And so I would be very interested to see this one as one of the submissions for the build contest as well, because I think it's the right size. It's not too much, it's not too little. Lots of detail, but it's not over the top. Very approachable, so I think it'd be an awesome option. And why I say there's a lot of potential for it, because I could see this rough design, a lot of people could take this and sort of customize it and change little things, look up other housing types, and make small modifications to this overall design and have an incredible base. It's a really good like starter point for a lot of people to sort of take ideas from without being maybe overwhelmed by some of the designs of the ridiculous bases that we've seen. But yes, Eddie, once again, thank you, thank you, thank you. This base was freaking awesome. I love these like super just well-built small bases. I think it looks really nice. And it's a really good like counterpart to seeing like what we just saw with like in a Thieve style base. Those really big ones that take so much time to build and so much effort. Because I find a lot of those larger bases are maybe overwhelming for the majority of players. They're fun projects if you're willing to put in the time and effort, but this is a base that I think a lot of people could be inspired by. So very, very well done, Eddie. And once again, thank you, thank you, thank you for letting us view this one. And I will definitely reach out and hopefully get you on to submit it as a build competition build, because I think you'd have a really good chance of making the top 5.
It ain't so bad.
All right. Awesome base. Very cool base. I love seeing like a Thieves base, like so much potential and so much like raw, interesting ideas, crazy designs, pool tables, like custom flowers, like all of that I think is so interesting, but the majority of players just don't. Like that's your special breed of person that wants to get into total custom building and ridiculous stuff. And I love comparing it to something super simple and just well done. I think it's a really good juxtaposition, I guess is a good way to put it. Busani, you are on tonight's list. Don't even worry. We have 3 bases and then your base. So you're all good. You had previously shared, so if you want to send an updated one or something, let me know, and you can do that. You have a couple things to send till I need to get it. But I have your 818-day world save for a little bit later. All right, Travis. Let's see. Where did that one? Where'd it go? This. Turn off that screen. 800 plus, is it? Perfect. Going to lurk while I finish some shows with the fam. But geez, hope I get back to see some reviews. Sounds good. I mean, we'll be going till 10 or 11, so just walk to the entrance to save you time. All good, all good. Yes, very good job on the last build. I tell you that even though my base is no complete, mainly because I'm waiting for mushroom bricks, I'm floating eye from a video game, so I'm very excited to show you when done. Awesome. I'm excited to see it. And I enjoy seeing. Take your time. We got nothing but time. I'm not going anywhere on these base reviews, so we will be doing these for the foreseeable future. And potentially in other games and all sorts of stuff. Bugs everywhere. All right. Uh-oh. Yeah, bring it. I missed. Can't escape me. Nerd. The walk of the weevils. I'm trying to get in. Okay. So next up we have Travis B. Their world is located right here in between the ice cream cart area. Not a bad little spot. Pretty close to a lot of the random resources on the map. So definitely not a bad place to be. Especially because this map's huge. It'll work well. Okay. Just get right into it. You guys want to come in? Come on. Come on inside. Get safe. There's your friend. Okay. I have no clue where I'm going on this base, so we will see. Got your little armory. Uh-oh. Water. Should have noticed that before I started, but that's life, right? We'll just cut that out like it didn't happen. Okay. So, first off, we got your little armory space. Good job. I really like this little brass pattern in the roof. I think it's really nice. It's the little things like this to like create lighting effects from the upper areas to light lower areas, and then like how you've sort of kept the same patterning down onto the floor too. I think that looks really nice. Thinking you might have 2 grids layered on top of each other here too, which is also really cool. Perfect little spot with the ranger station built right into it. Can never go wrong with that. I'm always a big fan of doing those things. We have a Cyclops. That's pretty epic. Wasn't expecting that. That's really cool. A Cyclops or a little golem. Well, not very little, but very cool. Very, very creative. Little crafting space, hangout room. Got something like your little function and stuff. Very well done. Little buggy outpost. Free mushroom. Got your spider location as well. Something out there that we'll get to. Or something. Okay, then we got your like storage stem palette and grass palette storage, along with all like your stuff bugs and armory stuff. All works really well. This little spiral tower thing. Like this very Niles design that I love. Job on the lighting as well. Not enough people use the slime mold sconces. Those look really nice. This is why I hate spiral stairs, because they make me want to throw up. Oh, and you even? How did I not? Wow. That's super clever. Like, why use the why use the actual clover roofs when you can literally use clovers as your floors? That's really interesting. That's a fun little design idea. I almost missed it too. It's very subtle. Got your nice little bedroom with more of your, oh nice, the wall mount pieces from the first game. Very well done. Got your nice little rooftop deck area you can hang out in. Where does this bounce me to? Up, just under the roof. Oh. Another good use of those pieces. If anyone doesn't know, these attach to the thatch roof. Great little additional functional piece you can utilize in your bases. Little target practice area as well, it looks like. What is this on top of? Is that a leaf? I think it's a leaf. Yeah. Then your normal little storage area space. With the axle toe, that looks really nice lit up like that. Where is the light in there? I don't even know where you're hiding the light in there. That blue looks epic. Really like that. Really like that. Now look at this. The little throne room. Nice. Utilizing the dew collectors as a little design piece. Switching it up with the sign art stuff too. Anything? Okay. I don't know what this is, but it's a little trough or something. That like collects water or something. Like a dew collector thing up here as well. Peek through. Get all the way to the top up here. Oh, does the sprinkler drop water? Is that what that is? Oh, that's really clever. Those of you who don't know. Sprinkler is dropping water, guessing from right
research,
there,
right?
potentially, as your like automatic water collector. That's really well done. I love little things like that. It's a scorpion lamppost. Okay. Try not to get sick going up the stairs, and then just another cool little spot that you can work from. Very cool. Gotta say, very well done, Travis. Very well done. I think there's one more little building on the outside. That one. Close that so no one gets in. I like that you switched the style up completely for this side of it too. Having fun with the different materials and everything. It's like potentially even more functional stuff in here. I've always loved the palisade wall little details as well. Very good job. Nice. You got like your little bar type area, rooftop balcony space as well. Good job on the lighting here. This looks really nice with the like glowing green as well. More armor dummies and stuff, and then all your dew collectors upstairs. Ah, the upper space is for zip lines. Very well done. It's a perfect spot to utilize that as well. Very well done. These little just exterior fun spots. Very cool. Okay, well, I think we got to everything. It's a perfect little structure to use as your zipline tower for, and using it as a functional way to get water as well is very well done. Okay.
This counts as research, right?
Go away. Alright, well, let's go back in the base so we're safe, so we don't get attacked while grading like last time. But yeah, first impressions. I'm going to give you, as I said, we're going to be a little more strict on the grading and stuff because I really want to help people improve as much as possible. Probably give a 7 out of 10 on the first impressions. I think you have a really good start to all of this stuff. I think there's a lot of potential to the way you're building things. It's a really great little location. I really enjoy how you've sort of split each area up into like its own little building. So it's more of like a little village, not just like one big building, which I think is always a fun way to do things. And you've done a good job kind of like switching up the different materials and stuff. And even maybe have 2 grids going on here too. Yeah, definitely do. Very cool job on that as well. There's like just a slight curve to this, which is cool. The layout and interior, I think again, probably a 7 on that. I think it's very interesting. You have a lot of, give it to me. Yes, it's all about improvement. Remember, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Everything here is about improvement and getting better. All of us can be better. And that's the goal. Show off more bases so everyone can get more ideas and more, just get better and better. But yes, 7 on the layout and interior. I think maybe just a little haphazard at times. Just the way you kind of like get through each of these bases, and they sort of feel a little disconnected at this moment. I like each individual building on its own. I think are really well done. I like each design. I like the way you kind of utilize different materials and stuff. But the one thing that is slightly lacking is the way they're connected. So they kind of feel as maybe a slightly more cohesive village sort of thing, for a lack of better words, I guess. But I do enjoy kind of the fun way you're bouncing around things, and you've had a fun time with your little, as you said, the clover parkour thing is really cool. You have just really interesting, like, unique spaces, and then it's just kind of finding ways to maybe like visually connect them just a little bit more is the only thing I can really say against them, because I do like each individual base on its own for sure. Even like the little lamp lights and stuff too are really cool. Materials and exterior. It's really hard to grade on this one specifically, because I think if I was looking at each individual build on its own, I'd probably give them like 7.5 or 8. Just because I think each one is kind of unique. You've had a lot of fun with just little details. You've done a good job lighting each individual space. The exterior decisions to like make fun little design decisions to do water collecting and to separate each like functional space, which is something I like to do with my builds. But then if you look at them as a whole, I think one thing I like to do personally, and again, as always, personal opinion, what's the one exterior element that ties each building into the other one? I like just one type of feature. Is it like here you've done like the mini triangle designs and stuff, which I think looks really good. But then on this one, it's more like grass and stem with a little bit of a mix of those. Then you've got like more grass and stuff on this one, more grass on this one, back to like the thatch and stem on that, and then sort of a mix of those. So I think individually they all read nice and they're all interesting, but then as a whole is the only piece where I'm seeing maybe a little room for improvement, where I like taking one specific design decision to sort of tie each building together. I like each building to feel unique in its own way. So if it's a room for dew collectors, like that's going to feel different than the museum. But then what's that one overarching design decision on the outside that sort of ties the village together? Very similar to like my sandcastle or sandbox build in Grounded 1. Each building is very different than the next, but as a whole, I tried to connect them with like one use of material. And then some of the smaller decisions in each base are what made each of them different. It doesn't necessarily mean that what you're doing is wrong by any means. It's just sort of a visual, like cohesive visual design, I think is something that a lot of people can strive for in this game. It's really easy, or it's really difficult to make cohesive designs when you have like a green and a brownish red and a tan and a light thatch. Like there's a lot of different materials. So with our current palette of stuff, it is more difficult to sort of create a really cohesive village, because we just don't have as many options as we do, or as we did in Grounded 1 yet. But I think that's something that might help this build just a little bit, is just one design decision, whether it's like integrating a simple thing like this throughout the builds. Is it like every build has like a lower level of like this grass, sturdy floor or sturdy walled grass piece potentially? Could you start using these all throughout the exterior here to sort of create pathways and stuff? You've seen a couple really cool builds that used a similar lamp design to sort of create pathways that move you through the terrain. So I like the way you've built this throughout. This is another one back to the layout side of it. I like that you've utilized like the pond or little puddle area and this like kind of raised rock and the leaf in your designs. I think you've done a good job on those parts of it. But then now it's like visually connecting them just a little bit more, I think is the only thing that I could even nitpick on the whole thing. But overall, it's well done. The structural side of it, I think, is probably a 7 on things. I think some of the structure, these are fine. It's pretty hidden away. Scaffolding's always a little difficult because it just doesn't really visually attach to these things. I like that you're sort of utilizing this stem or this twig as, in theory, like a structural element to it, and then like using some of these big pieces as well. But in terms of like the staircase and stuff, like how do you make the staircase feel like this exterior staircase? How do you make elevate the design just a little bit? In a similar way that like this vertically, you move vertically through this really nicely. How do you sort of expand upon the structure and create this so it's not just stairs kind of floating on one another? It helps a little bit with the scaffold, but I think there's ways to like layer more materials in there, start using some of these like hand railings and stuff. I think potentially maybe utilizing more of the like door frames as well. We saw on the last base, I think you could do a good job potentially like expanding more upon these and sort of supporting some of these exterior areas. Like these are all done well, but again, creating maybe one way of structure might help sort of with that cohesiveness between each build. Because like some of them are on the ground, some of them are raised up a little bit more, some of them don't necessarily have structure holding them up. And again, these are all like nitpicky things, Travis, where I'm just trying to give ideas of improvement, because overall it is well done, and I think there's a lot of potential here. But that would be like another little thing, whether it's the structural side of this maybe could create some cohesiveness where like using like one specific structural piece or one specific exterior wall piece could sort of create slightly more cohesiveness throughout all the different buildings, instead of sort of like one cool building, one cool building, one cool building, another cool building, another cool building. Just kind of like bringing them all into like one larger design idea. But overall, again, well done. Everything feels good on the structural side. Maybe not as structural of a comment, but I like that you've used the terrain in many ways. And that can be a way to create these like interesting little village designs, which I really like. And I like that you didn't just, as I said with like a Thieves, you didn't just cover everything up and create a flat space. Like you utilized the site or the location that you decided to build on, and you've done a good job like incorporating the rock and like this raised platform and stuff, deciding not to cover these things up and creating these like underneath areas, I think are really cool. But I think overall you've done a good job on it, and there's just little things you could improve upon on those things. The functionality of it, it's hard not to give like an 8 on those. I'm not really sure what a 10 would be for everyone's for everyone specifically, because nobody's base is perfectly functional, and it's honestly kind of the more functional a base, the less interesting it can kind of be. So I think you've done just enough functionality. You've had fun with it. You've got nice little space in the middle there. You've made a functional water catcher, which utilizes the base location specifically really well. You have each of your individual spaces kind of separated nicely, so I think that's also really well done. But I think overall, like, the hard part about separating these buildings out is you space the different functions out a little bit, so that's the only reason I'm knocking some points on the functional side of it, just because naturally by separating things out into multiple buildings, you kind of automatically bring the functionality down when things are spread out. So it's just a little bit more difficult to get between them, but it's not enough to where it like overall affects it where it doesn't work or anything. It's just one little thing where I try to make everything connected as good as possible when I'm laying these bases out and stuff. So it's a very minor comment, but always one of those things, having your spinning wheels really far away from your main chest area and stuff can kind of be difficult in the long run to keep the function like really close and efficient. But efficiency only gets you so far in terms of a good design, so it's a give and take at the end of the day. And you've done more fun design stuff, so it's only natural that the functionality kind of gets separated and stuff. So I think you've still done a good job there. The theme and continuity, I think similarly to how I was talking about an exterior, so I'm not repeating myself too much here, is one place you could potentially continue to improve upon. I like, again, each individual building, but the continuity between them all sort of falls a little short. And it's not that every building needs to look exactly the same, but I always look for like one design element, one choice that's sort of repeated between the buildings, just to sort of visually create that cohesion without necessarily making each building just a replica of it. Because I think you've done a good job creating each building in sort of its own unique way that I like. And it's just one little thing, one little piece. Is it a balcony? Is it the roof material? And you've done a good job on that, at least, or specifically. So there's cohesiveness there, but in terms of like, I really like this entrance. I really like stuck as well, like the use of the triangles and stuff to break the big walls up there. And then you sort of lose a little bit of it. Like, how could you create, like, this is enough cohesion to create sort of a little bit of a theme for me, where you take some of these elements and you just kind of create like interesting little gaps and stuff to where you could potentially copy these over into some of these openings as well, just to create just a little more visual cohesion. But overall, as I said, like a 7 on that. But I think overall you've done a good job on each individual space, and it's just one little change visually would bring the entire thing together, I think, in a really cool way. The overall creativity, I think I'm going to give you an 8 on this. I know each individual space is super creative. You've done really cool little things like using clovers as floors. You've done really fun things with like bridging structures over. Each individual building is just a nice little spot, but you've also done a really good job utilizing the terrain and stuff, which I think is a different level of creativity than a lot of people are maybe used to. It's a little bit more difficult to design around things like this. Oftentimes this just gets covered up and you lose this really cool little like barn area with like a pond outside. Like, those are things that I really enjoy. Again, the creativity to capture the water drop from the sprinkler and utilizing this is a really cool design piece. It's just kind of like, how do you incorporate maybe this into the design a little bit more? Like potentially your vertical tower over here. How could you maybe take some of these elements and similarly bring them into like wrapping the sprinkler up? So it's more of a decision design-wise instead of just functionally getting up to what will eventually be your zipline tower. How do you sort of tie these in more visually? Because the level of detail on all these other base buildings is really cool. The Cyclops and stuff, really creative. Again, like really well done on all the creative spots of it. And it's just, how do you take the really interesting parts and just continue making every piece that interesting? And it's always spending more and more time on it and stuff. So it's not necessarily the end of the world, because I think what you've built so far is very creative and you have some really interesting little ideas. So it's just continue finishing it, continue adding as you go, because I think you're headed in a really good direction. Dude, these things scare the crap out of me. And the potential, again, slightly newer one for me to grade, so I'm not totally sure on some of these, but I think I'd probably give you like an 8 on potential. I think you've got a lot of opportunity to continue like designing, adding in like more of these like lighting options, like the lamppost sort of thing, and just adding more and more detail to the overall base itself. And there's a lot of room for growth. There's really cool ideas, the way you're like messing again with like the garden patches and stuff. You have a lot of potential in the cool little design things you've come up with and how you've decided to execute them, which I think is really fun. And I definitely can't knock you on it. There's a lot of potential for how you can continue adding and growing to this, and you still have open spaces and stuff where you can add more in, and you can add more designs and make more interesting things. How do you cohesively sort of connect some of these different things? But as a really good starting point, it is a really good starting point with a lot of cool opportunities of how you've kind of like laid these different things out. And so it's just adding to it and keep going. At the end of the day, I go into these bases kind of assuming nothing's ever finished. No matter how far along someone is, there's always more that can be added. My goal is to just build forever. So I always think of something as partially finished but never fully done. And so we can always add and change and adjust things as we go. But I think you've done a really good job so far. Once again, Travis B, thank you for letting us view this one. This is a really cool base. You have a lot of really interesting little ideas that you can keep building upon, and just keep going is all I would say. I think you have a great start to this whole thing. And you can have a lot more fun as we get more materials and decor items and stuff. I only see this getting better and better and better, because you have some really fun little creative design pieces and stuff that I think a lot of people will be inspired by. But yes, thank you once again. All right, so I'm going to catch up on some of these. Really appreciate you and what you're doing for the grounded community. Thank you, Busani. Really appreciate the kind words. That's the whole goal, is show everyone's stuff off, give people a place. And that's what I love about doing this stuff, is that I'm giving you guys a platform to show off your hard work. And I know maybe someone might think I'm being a little critical or I'm being too nice and stuff. Depends on my mood for the day, I guess. I don't know, but take everything I say with a grain of salt, because at the end of the day, I'm impressed with everyone's builds. I haven't seen anything that I thought, wow, this is a lame base yet. Like, not a single build we've seen. There's so much potential and so much opportunity. And my goal as someone who has so many hours, I mean, I have about over 3,000 hours in Grounded 1 and Grounded 2 now. So for me, it's a way to, my goal is to expand your guys' view. As someone who has a design background specifically, I often get caught in living in my own little tunnel vision. And so I tend to see things one specific way. And so without someone else kind of like telling you, ooh, that idea is interesting. Oh, you could take this even further. Like, we all kind of get stuck in our own little worlds. And so it's hard to get out of that sometimes, to a place where how do you improve? How do you add more? Some people might be stuck on their builds. Not saying this specifically about Travis's base or anything, but I think we all kind of hit those build blocks and we're like, I've looked at this for so long, I don't really know what to do anymore. And so my goal is always to like constructive criticism, knowing like that everyone's base inherently has value and is interesting in many ways, but we can all improve upon things. So I very much enjoy seeing these bases that have so much potential and all these little design things. And the excitement and the requests for more and the critiques specifically come from, I see this Cyclops. I want to see more of that design type stuff. I want to see that all over the base. Like I'm always looking for like, how can you take this to 150%? And keep going. Hi Pig. Unfortunately, I do want to show your base, but I have a list of bases that I'm going off of, so it is first come first serve. So I can't skip people's bases for other people, even though I appreciate your enthusiasm. That's my goal since the beginning, is whoever reaches out, that is the order that we're going. So you will most likely be on the next week's tour, as one of the newer places that have reached out. But I'm very excited, and we will 100% get to it, I promise you. And I'm happy to let you know which week you're going. Next week, as I said before this stream, we have a handful of new people in here since the previous tour we just did. Next week, I might potentially be doing Tour Tuesday slightly different and going over the 5 finalists spaces for the build competition that we're currently doing in the Grounded community. Myself, Jade, C Dinky, and Apex are all kind of putting that stuff together currently. And we're going to decide this weekend or next week, potentially early next week, on who the 5 finalists are. And then hopefully I will be showing those off on a live stream so everyone gets an interesting idea and a better walkthrough of each one, so everyone's on the same playing field. So it might be next week, if not the following week. Yes. Very clean base. Yes, yes, yes. A lovely base. Yes. Welcome in, Ducky. Going to do my treehouse. I don't know if you shared your treehouse, my friend. I don't think I have your save. But if you want to do your treehouse, send me your world and I'll get you added to the list. So you'll have, it might be another week or two because now we have so many people in line. But we will definitely get to it, man. 100% promise. It is. But yes, send me your base and I'll get you on the list, my friend. Girl did the bathroom in our build. Nice. Guy make a bathroom with a toilet. Luderav. That's actually the next base tour video. That'll be coming out soon. Luderav has a nice little toilet. Gotta love it. Ducky, I got so much going on, man. It's hard to keep track of it all, but you haven't shared the world with me, so I don't think I have anything from you, my friend. I got nothing. Hard to view a base when I don't have a share of it, too. I'm not purposely trying to miss you or anything, I promise. I've just got I mean, look, these are all bases that are on the list. These are all people that are also waiting, so it's very difficult to get to everyone all. And I kind of got to just go. So if you want to get on the list, I'll add you just right now. Just to make sure your spot's saved. I think I speak for everyone when I say thank you again for taking your time to do this for everyone. Absolutely, Shep. It is my pleasure. I want to thank you guys more than you thank me. I know you guys, I love giving you guys a platform to show off your hard work. Because again, that's what was done for me. That's why I love doing this, is because I'm a content creator specifically because someone did this for me and showed my base off and showed off all my hard work. So I love being able to give back and let you guys do the same. Okay, let's see if I can find this base finally. There it is. AkiWiz is base is genius. Happy to see it. Say Hockey Wiz will be on next streams as well. Okay. Just turn this off real quick. And we will get into the next one. 818 days, Busani. That is a lot. Wait. That's not what I just click on. I clicked on the wrong one. So next will be King Bizzy. If I click on the right one. Apparently I'm unable to do. Yep, that's definitely the wrong one. I don't know what I was doing. Okay. Alright, I got like a dog hair somewhere on my head. Cannot get it. Alright, Ducky, you were on the list for another review. Sorry if it's taken forever, my friend, but we will definitely get to it. Alright, we got a little bit of running to do here. Get to this base. I should have moved myself all the way over here.
Could I get a ride?
There it is.
Way less. Favorite new mode of transportation.
Well, if you're bored, Ducky, all I can say is get to building, man. Build, build, build. Best way to cure boredom. Endlessly build. And you got a little bit of time since we... Again, I apologize for not having you on the list. I must have missed it last week or got spaced out and totally forgot. But now you have some time to go and build like crazy. And then we can all fanboy over your awesome build once it's being reviewed next. Don't ever feel like you're done. This is to everyone, not just Ducky. Keep going. You're bored of the game? Well, man, you gotta find a way to keep going. I think it's a new base, right? Pretty sure this is right. But yeah, we're not getting a ton of content for a little while. I know a couple people were earlier talking about the winter update and stuff. And unfortunately, we're a little ways away. Oh, there it is. A little closer. Okay. Sandbox comes out, I'm gonna make a DMB. You're saying when Playgrounds comes out? I'm assuming? Specifically Playgrounds? I've never been able to get into Playgrounds. One. Okay. All right, next up we have King Bizzy, another base location located up here by the statue. Always love these base locations, and I've seen every single base we've seen here has been so incredibly different. Like, it's impressive how unique each one of these builds seems to be. So we're gonna go through, I guess, this front entrance area before we go up those side ones. What's he doing? Okay, we got nice little wolf spider area showing that off. I saw these earlier. I love these little like angled display areas. It sort of feels like a Hot Wheels display. Like all your little cars or like a little figurine display all laid out. Nice little thing, nothing crazy, but love how clean it is as well. Try not to die to that thing. Thing down. Ew. Little main entryway all the way up. This looks nice. I almost was like, what is that material behind there? I definitely like the way you did that. That looks nice. Base location spot. You, sir, can stay right there.
Young ones some independence.
Got your little like chandelier with the bug mount hanging down. Multiple staircases going all over the place. Nice way to get to your turrets. Ah, this is how you get to them. Got multiple little entrances. This is probably specifically to get your buggy upstairs, I would assume, which works great. That's definitely an interesting one that maybe not as many people have thought about specifically, is designing specifically around how do you get your buggy in and out of your base, because it has totally changed the way that I've been doing the layouts of my bases. You have to have larger entrances and exits just to get them in and out. So if you have to have stairs and stuff like this, you have to kind of think differently, which is been a fun little challenge. I think I've seen a lot of people do cool little designs with it. Got your little zipline hub stuff up there. A basketball court, of course. Become a very popular one for everyone. Like your concession stand, I'm guessing. Like watch the basketball game. Come on. Yeah, the clay ramp wall was very cool. I did like that a lot. Got your little throne overlooking the world. Beautiful little balcony spot. I definitely understand the struggle of trying to get enough of those. I'm gonna have to grind some of those pretty soon. Fun little wall piece. Haven't quite seen that before. I like it. Go back down. Oh, that's the staircase that comes up from this other side. Okay. Like that. Just a skeeter head. Okay. More little turret areas to protect everything. I've seen a lot of people do these angled ones. I like that a lot. I'd like to make a mini game out of this. That'd be fun.
Exoskeleton activated.
For a second, I didn't know how to get out of that. I haven't built a turret in so long. We got all your functional stuff out here. Got these guys rocking out. I like the mushroom wall. That looks nice. Got your little shooting range as well. Very nice. I don't know what these two guys are doing, but I like it. Your leaf cutter ants. Getting the leaves, I'm guessing. Love it. Having fun with it all. Get you up to the balcony. Not totally sure what this place is, but looks like potentially like a bug barn of some kind. Like you're going to potentially be adding all of your bugs and all that stuff in here, which works really well. Then I think the last thing, we just need to get up to the top.
Yeah.
And see how did this work. This side? Or is it the inside? It does, yeah. Go. Am I not bouncing? I keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. Nope, almost. And we're up. Just a nice way to get up on your roof and everything. Thank you for the follow there, Eros Gaming. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad. How do we get down? Where were those? Oh, right here. Perfect. Boom. Easy. Well, I think that's the majority of this base. So we'll just get right into it. First impressions. Creative mode? No, this is a survival world. We are currently doing base reviews, so these are community-based designs that I'm just reviewing and giving advice, tips, and tricks on how to improve it. Just looking at cool, awesome things people have designed. Very cool, very cool. Let's get down here. So, in terms of grading, the first impressions... I want to kill that so bad, but I don't want to fight. We build now battle, right? First impressions... Of course. Alright, cancel it. Come on now. Let's just edit that out like it never happened. How long does it take to build something like that? It's a good question. This person specifically has 172 days in their build. It all kind of depends on the builder. Some people build a lot faster. You're building in survival versus creative. Of course, creative's a lot faster. Survival, you have to collect everything, so it just takes a lot of time. A lot of time. But we've got a couple builds. Some builds that are 800 days. Some builds that are 100 days. Some that are 400. It's very, a lot of different builds and times put in. See a lot of different things that people have done with how many bases we've... Okay. So, back to it after being rudely interrupted. So, first impressions. I'm going to go with a 7 on this one. I think as you've built a huge base, King Bizzy, obviously, like, you're still working on things. This isn't a finished piece, so, and I'm not going to grade you as if it's a finished piece. Definitely more about the potential of what you're building and what you have going on, the interesting ideas and designs that I see and how I can see them being expanded upon. So a 7 out of 10 on the first impressions. I think there's a lot of cool little interesting designs that you have going on, but I also think obviously you're not totally done, so there's a lot that you can keep adding and improving upon, but I think you've got a good start here. You've got obviously a lot of time collecting this amount of materials. You've started large, which is always difficult. As a mega builder, I can definitely understand the time it takes to build these types of things out. And so it's never a finished process or a finished project when you're building this big. But you've got a lot of interesting little design pieces that I think we can definitely to talk about and help you expand upon. But yes, the layout and interior... This is maybe the one thing that I've noticed right off the bat is that the layout is a little disjointed at times. It definitely works, but there is sort of a lot of random, like, what am I doing when I'm going up this way versus this way, and then trying to figure out, like, my idea is, it's not necessarily that everything has to be just completely obvious when you're laying out the interior of a base. But I also, when I see spaces like this, I want a way to get up here. Whereas, like, what I notice right off the bat is that unless, of course, obviously you can jump over the stairs. So take this with a grain of salt. But when I see this, I'm like, okay, well, how do I get up there? So in terms of, like, how you're traversing through these different spaces you've created, start thinking maybe how you can more effectively get from one spot to another. And that'll help kind of cohesively make slightly more cohesive design. So is that like taking one of these stairs and removing it and then potentially like starting it again like here, and that's how you get up. And so like breaking these up a little bit so you're not creating just one route to get up, or else you have to go all the way down or start jumping around different things, which if the intention's to jump around, then it's not necessarily a problem or anything. That's just one thing I notice right off the bat, is there's a lot of different ways to sort of get in between these, but there's not necessarily like a super obvious path that allows me to, where like some of these you could start designing in a different way, like a flat piece here is an easy way to look at it, is create one flat piece and then move this staircase back a single space or one floor essentially. Of course, this is in the way And none of this saves when I do this, so everything will be as it was. But this is a way, potentially like a half stair here, and then create a flat spot so you can more easily get to these little spaces you've created. Because I want to get to these spaces. I want to experience these spaces. And so it feels sometimes a little weird if there's not a clear path. And like if this is, of course, my own observation, it's not necessarily 100% true because I have to take what I can, what I see and use it from there. If this is your buggies, I would say a bridge for your buggies to get up is how those two kind of things work. And you've got this like larger door. How then does the buggy potentially navigate through this space? Because currently it's just hopping around and you can't really get to where you're trying to get to. So finding a way to maybe take an interesting design decision which you've made so a buggy could get through here, and then now how do they actually get into this upper part of the base? Because it seems like
10 legs total.
a spider kind of fits through these and it does work, but there are just some of those decisions where like visually it would be slightly more appealing to like be able to walk through here and then get up into the base without necessarily like jumping over different things and stuff. And maybe something that some builders haven't necessarily even started to think about is how your buggy can get in and out of your base, and that might slightly change designs for different people. So it's something to think about, not necessarily do or die by any means, but it's definitely something you could maybe spend a little bit more time in and just kind of think like, how do you more effectively get in between these spaces and connect them? But overall, I think the interior, I think you've got a lot of fun little design decisions, fun little spaces like this. I love the like mushroom wall going around the whole thing. Obviously had a good time like making your little bow and arrow range over there as well, and like you're just getting into like messing with the armor dummies and how those work. So it's like you're definitely headed in the right track, in the right direction, but now just emphasize those little decisions more and more, and as you continue building and filling out these different spaces, because I think it's fun. It's definitely a fun time. It's just adding more and more as you have more time and endlessly collect materials, because that's what big bases end up being most of the time. The materials and the exterior design, I definitely think there's some things that are really working and some things that may be similar to how we talked about the last base, that cohesion on the exterior of a build. I think you've got a lot of ideas going, but they don't necessarily all meld together as one. I'm saying it's that picking one design decision and replicating it throughout the base, where you've got sort of like something immediately that would jump out to me is you've got this like fun kind of triangle design for this exterior courtyard type space, and that sort of lends itself nicely to these triangles. How do you take an element like this and continue it throughout the build to add more detail through these things? Could you potentially start adding triangles here and leave little gaps so it breaks this big wall up? Just little things like that, and then that one kind of replicated decision can start kind of bringing cohesion to the overall exterior. Because that's like, as I've said, my favorite thing to do is create one element that's sort of replicated in small areas over and over again. Very similar to like how you've done this, just do more of that. These little triangle pieces are enough that if you, instead of one big grass box, break up one of them with something similar to this or similar to like this design. And there's been lots of little designs in these different base tours that we've done that would be great places to take inspiration from, because I think you've got a lot of potential with these. Now it's just like adding a little more detail to them in like creating, as I said, that cohesion between the different spaces. The structure of it, let's see. Hard to knock the structural side of it. I don't know. If I didn't say materials and exterior, I'd probably say a 7 as well. Because I think that's the one space where you've started thinking about the interiors, but the exteriors are still dying for just a little bit more detail, especially when you get these really big rooms and big buildings. Like, how do you break these spaces up? This is a good job here. Using this is exactly what I was kind of talking about, like copying some of these elements over and over again. So it's just taking these little decisions you made and doing it a little bit more. adding them in individual spaces. It's like, these are also well done. The structure, harder to say on this one specifically, because there's not like one massive structure. It's kind of built on everything. But I think some of these little spaces, and this is more from like my architectural background specifically, how do you make this structure? I often find that like these columns and stuff, they're not big enough. They're fine for small builds, but when you're building on this large of a scale, finding ways to sort of beef these columns up a little bit and then potentially bringing them out a little bit more so they're more like specifically part of the design can be an interesting way. I think like Luderav has these like DNA or helix style columns that he's made. So like building a helix with the little triangular pieces just is like a simple, pick the word, can be as easy as building a column in the center of something like this. And that can help really beef up these little columns that I often find on these larger builds just don't aesthetically match the sizing of it. And so all you really would have to do is something simple like whatever column you want. This is not the be-all end-all design, of course, but something like that, then it allows you to add some lighting and add just a little bit more like intentionality to that side of it. And then those elements can be things that you can copy onto these things as well. Because my brain, I like seeing things look, they don't have to be real, they don't have to work because it's a video game and it's fantasy. I mean, we're collecting raw science, like none of this is real. Like we're the size of a bug, of course. So take this with a grain of salt, but I want to look at things and say like, how is this being supported? Because it just adds depth to the overall design. So it's just little things like that that can really add a lot of detail. But then on other areas, like this is a really cool wall design. These are really cool little interior spaces that I think are really interesting. And I want to see this level of detail and creativity everywhere, of course. And that, of course, takes time. Like you're not there yet. You're still working on this space, obviously. And you've bitten off a lot. This is a big project for the majority of builders in this game. So, of course, it takes time. So I wouldn't expect you to be done with it at this time with like 180-something days or whatever it was. So I think you've got a good start. The theme and continuity, I think, again, that's similar to like the exterior side of this. I'd probably give like a 6.5 on the continuity of it, just because things don't quite match up yet. The level of detail in some areas is way bigger than other areas, and again, work in progress is always going to be that way. But those are things that I would start mentally thinking about is cohesively, how do you bring each individual space sort of into one larger build instead of thinking it's really easy to get really down into it. That's the reason I like the handy net specifically, is it allows you, or currently your option is spend time flying around in picture mode and looking at this going, okay, how do I bring this level of detail into this wall? Because there's interesting little things you're doing here that break up these larger walls. How do you kind of cohesively, or in this term, the continuity of it, how do you start bringing those different elements throughout the entire base? So it's not just kind of like, here's one design, here's another design, here's another design, here's another design. And that'll sort of help create an overall theme for yourself, picking not like one specific piece that kind of helps bring each individual space together into the larger picture and not individual bases on their own. The overall creativity of this one, I think you're headed in the right track. You have a lot of potential here. You have a lot of options, like with these little pieces. And this is typically what I like to do, is kind of like hyper focus on like one really interesting little decision in how you did this. And that's how I know you have the creativity to create something absolutely insane here. It's just now taking this level of detail and getting it everywhere else, which is another probably double the playtime that you currently have. So it's not going to be something that happens overnight necessarily, but in terms of creativity, you're probably a 7 out of 10. Definitely room for improvement, as there always is, but I think you're headed in the right track, and I see a lot of little decisions of how you're detailing things out and thinking of this that I can definitely see the potential of this changing and getting better and better every time I see it. I think you've done a really good job. And again, the overall potential, again, probably an 8 on this one. I think there's a lot of opportunity with this base location specifically. The hard part is it's like one of the biggest, flattest areas in the world right now. So it takes a long time to fill it all up, but that just means you get more time to build. You're not going to get bored necessarily. You can keep adding and adding to this. You have so much space and room to do more like cool buildings and cool areas as well. And if I were to give one suggestion in like how you can continue thinking through those ideas, how do you keep expanding upon the space that you have a really good start for, is pick an item in the game or a type of item and build a space around that. You currently have like some of these emptier interior spaces. I like thinking of it as, let's make an armory. Let's make a bug museum. Let's make a garden area. Like all the different things in the game that you can build can be thought of, like if you look at decor items. Can you look at one of these, make a throne room? Is it like some of the places we've seen if they have like bars or bathrooms or kitchens? And look at even like your basketball arena is the perfect example of that. You picked a random item in the game, and that is a basketball hoop, and so you created a basketball arena around that. And so taking those individual items and thinking, okay, how can I create a buggy area where my bugs, like the barn specifically, is that potentially what's happening in this big area? I would potentially guess that. You kind of have some of those things in there. So how do you like design an entire space or entire building around that one item and aesthetically like make all of that make sense? Is some ways to think of break them down into individual spaces. I think that's the hardest thing is when you build big like this is how do you fill all of the space that you now have? So I try to take one decor item, and again, I feel like I'm a broken record at times saying, go check out my sandcastle base or sandbox base in Grounded 1. I tried to make a building for every single item in the game. Some way, shape, or form, that item is being like a centerpiece around a specific building in this larger city. So I had a prison, and I had a bug, what's the word? Like a bug barn for like as part of the prison. You could get on your bug and fly off. Now in this game, you might actually be able to do that, which could be pretty epic. And then I had like, there was hot tubs. So I had a bathhouse sort of thing. And the head mounts became from Game of Thrones, the House of the Undying, where it's like heads all over a big building on the inside of it. And so it's like, how do you show these different things off in different ways? And there's not a right or wrong answer to how you do that. It's just sort of pick it and have fun with it from there. There's no really wrong or right way to do it. It's just kind of have fun and enjoy it and keep going. But once again, thank you, King Bizzy, for letting us view this one. Another awesome base. Lots of potential, lots of interesting ideas that I think you can keep expanding upon and just keep going. I think you have a lot of potential and a lot of things you've given yourself interesting spaces to work with, and now it's just put in another 180 days is grindy as that sounds. That's kind of what it takes when you build this big, is it's just takes a lot of days to fill up all this type of space. But I think you're headed in the right direction, so really good job. All right. Names my world beta because it's during the fall update beta, and for some reason I can't change it. Oh, nice. I hadn't even really noticed. I never hardly pay attention to the names. Next up, we have Niels. Or Niles? Niels. Where is it? Yeah. This is a revisit of a base, but you guys are going to be blown away. Blown away by this one. Ducky, getting back to you. Will you do a tour of a playground build? Probably. As long as it's cool. I don't really have a problem showing off anything right now. We've shown off creative bases. We've shown off survival bases. We've shown off actual bases. We've shown off, like, frickin' an airport. Like, it's all about fun. So if you have fun ideas and stuff, I have no problem showing it off. If it's things the community would enjoy seeing, I have no problem showing it off. Anything that will inspire is good. We are the size of grass, so stuff could work like that. It's possible. Possible. Pyramid build is based around showing off the abstract art everywhere on the pyramid. Make sure there's plenty of space for everyone who consistently joins. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, I would say abstract art is a good example of what you what your base would be, Busani. I took a very quick little tour to get a picture earlier. But yeah, abstract art is a good way to do it. 1 second. Yes, if you haven't seen Niall's first base tour, definitely go check that out. There's a video on my channel of that. It's epic. It was really good, and now it's even better. It's insane. Ducky, no, Doggy's not here on base review nights. He's too distracting, and I don't like having the camera over stuff because I want to see bases. I want everyone to be able to see the bases really well. So we turn off the Doggy for base tour nights just to make it better for the videos. And that way I don't have to be distracted jumping and turning the cameras on and off and stuff, or him trying to get my attention. But yeah, next up we have Niall's. As I said earlier, this is a re-review. Some massive, massive updates and upgrades have been made. Again, if you haven't checked out the first base review, go watch that video. It's insane. It was already an epic base. Now it is even cooler. Once again, we are located just behind the ice cream cart in this cool little area, kind of built between... there's like a little loop route here that looks super nice. If you're not used to my channel, and a lot of my builders, or the builders in my community, or this community, off-grid building has become sort of a mainstay in many ways. People are having a lot of fun with it. I know it's not everyone's style, but this is a great example of how ridiculous the building in this game can get when you really start getting into the off-grid side of it. Because, as you can see, each one of these little things is all built on their own grid. That is how these are all kind of clipping together. And I will, at some point here, probably when the winter update comes out, I will be making a video specifically on how to build off-grid to teach everyone, because I think it's freaking awesome. It opens up a ton of opportunity in how you can build in this game, even if you're not going to take it to this level. I definitely think it's something worth exploring if you want to like have more customized builds. It'd be a little difficult and daunting at times, but there's easy, simple ways to achieve it at the same time. And wow, the first base review, it was this building, and then there was another little building over here. Now this place is freaking insane. This exterior wall is epic. Very, very well done. The detailing, again, the like Japanese style architecture is so freaking cool on this. This is what the pine block was specifically made to do. You can use it in a lot of different ways, but in these like Japanese style buildings, this is so freaking cool. Absolutely love the detail work put into each one of these sections of this wall. Like, this is difficult. This is very difficult. I would not expect many people to hit this level of off-grid building. Because this is a lot of time and effort. But man, the lighting, Niles, is insane. These trees are so well done. I can never get my trees to look this nice. Now you can see there's like 3 different grids going on here, so that's why these trees look really nice. And I'm absolutely stealing those at some point. Love the underlit stuff here. This is like textbook Japanese architecture. It feels very, very nice. The ornate details in every single space. Really nicely lit on everywhere. Very like homey and welcoming. Like butterfly head. I love the, again, we've seen it many, many times now, but the ladders as like windows looks really nice. Niles, really good updates on the functional side of this. One of my previous comments on the first base review was that a lot of the functional pieces were at the very top of this main building, and I had mentioned that it would be kind of nice if those were near the bottom or maybe slightly more accessible, and this is exactly that. And again, the level of detail, these are so clean. Love, again, we've probably seen this once or twice before, but these like curved little spaces for these pieces look so nice. And again, pay attention to the little details here. There are lots of stuff that I probably will miss in terms of like little lights in pots and stuff. Really well done.
This counts as research.
Again,
right?
he has clipped the hatchery thing into the roof here and then lit up the weevils. So well done. The detailing is immaculate. And I love the little staircases like built into it. It was very well done. The lighting, again, on these, really nice. Just looks clean. Let's see, maybe we can go up and see, yeah. For those of you who haven't quite seen the egg hatchery thing, he has managed to clip that into the roof to create like a chandelier. Still absolutely love it. And now it's even another level because he added in the scorpion lamps, which is nice as well. Love the exterior detailing and the interior detailing of every space here. And these are very much what I think, like, when I say pick one theme, one piece to kind of replicate through things, like these buildings are very different, but also very similar, which I'm always a big fan of. It's a lot of really nice cohesive design throughout it. And the exterior wall now going all the way around here is so nice. Again, with the pots placed on these off-grid clay pillars and stuff, looks so nice. This is a very, very cool build. And I love that it's all sort of built around this, it's like cool looped log thing. Looks really nice. Try not to miss anything. Go too fast, it's really easy to miss stuff in this detail of a build. And you got all your little chests and everything. Very functional, works well. Didn't see the first base review. The little hidden bounce web tower. Oh, I can't get over how nice these... It's so simple, but the lighting just brings this to life. Perfect time to spawn in at night here. You have more functional stuff out here. Really like how you've kind of created this really cool, like, structural bridge in the same detailing and style and stuff. Very well done. Again, this is all roughly the same as it was, it looks like, but upper levels have been updated really nicely as well. Even updated to the new scorpion bed, which I absolutely love. His gamer tag is Slain5542. SLEIN 5542. For people who are interested. You might be able to get him to share this with you, potentially. Can't speak for Niles, but it's such a good base, like, I'm sure they might be interested in letting people see it or use it, because it's freaking epic. Nice little thing there. So they removed this walkway specifically. This went straight to a different little build where all of their dew collectors and stuff are, or were. Now, love this design. It's another, like, it keeps the same theming with like these roofs that are overhanging, but on a smaller scale and just does a really good job. It's a really functional little water tower, but to keep it in this style of like the Japanese architecture is really, really cool. Love this. This is a perfect little museum piece for the axle toe. Really cool little piece. And then again, more off-grid building work here. Each one of these is built on their own little grid as well to get you up and around. I thought I saw a little cave here. Got your little buggy stuff down here. Great little functional spot to utilize down here. Sort of wasted space in any other base, but nice way to just kind of use something that you got as well. Especially because you built out this freaking awesome. This is like, I was impressed with this the first go around, guys. Like, this thing is so good. It's so well done. This is also incredibly well done. This thing is absolutely freaking ridiculous. Look at this thing. We have got to fly around. Like, not only how many freaking axle toes did you use? This is so freaking cool. I absolutely love this. The detail work and the amount of effort. Because if I'm not mistaken, each side of this is built on its own grid, very similar to how I did my pagoda base. And it takes a lot of work to lay something out like this and have it look so flawless. To get it to step like that and match all the way around is really well done. I'm not 100% sure if this is survival or creative. I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on it, I'm pretty sure this is all in survival too. So there is, it's not the biggest base in the universe, but man, the amount of detail work and the grind to get all of these materials and then lay each one of them out in this way is freaking awesome. So well done. The depth, the tiered, like this type of tiered structure is really difficult to make. This is a lot of time and effort to get all of these little details and then like clip these in and figure out how to build each piece of this where it doesn't break the next piece of it is freaking awesome. And it's like, it's just enough that it thematically does really fit with the rest of it, but it's also like its own like dojo design. Stuff is truly amazing. Everyone, great job. I'm hopping off for work tomorrow. Thank you again. Thank you, Shep. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Hope you have a great day tomorrow. Yeah, I love this design work. And then like copying this design over from the other exterior walls, it creates a very cohesive build overall. The floor detail, like very well done. Again, in that like Japanese style. Like when I talk about a theme, this is really well executed. This is exactly what you're looking for. Like when you think of Japanese architecture, there's a lot of intricate details, really fine woodwork, with incredible joinery and stuff. And when I look at this base, it really does exemplify the idea of like joinery and like pieces being added and layered together to create a larger picture, which I think is really, really cool. And the fact that this feels like so open, but also like an enclosed building, like there's no walls. There's literally like almost no walls other than like those portions where the axle feet are coming through. But to like make this with your little bounce landing pad thing in the middle too is a really cool little design. Let's see all the way to the top. Look at that. It's like a kaleidoscope. Very cool. Very, very well done. It's very open and airy, but also very detailed and just interesting and well done. Very, very well done. Sorry, I'm not trying to make anyone dizzy or anything, but it just looks so cool. I need like an edit where I can like perfectly spin this around or something. Very cool. And again, as you can see, like all of these lining up as well as they do it's an achievement. Someone who's built off grid a lot, this is a very impressive achievement overall. But I think that is everything. And that's not saying that's all. It wasn't very much. This is insane. So well done. This is what I love to see. The first base was great, and then you go see the re-review, and like this is absolutely impressive. Everything I saw the potential of taking this design from 2 buildings, like was originally done, where they had this and then the smaller, sort of the smaller version of this just to the left. And they had, Niles had just kind of started on some of the exterior wall work and stuff, but not very much of that was quite done yet. And I was just like, there's so much potential, like make this like a village, like more and more of it. And he's absolutely blown my mind. Like my expectations have been blown out of the water with all these little details. Like you found a really good cohesive way to create such an interesting design, but each building is unique. The base location is gorgeous. It's a perfect little kind of like enclosed space. You've done a really good job building on like with the terrain as well, like utilizing the stump that's kind of fallen over, or the tree limb that's over here. Of course, probably a little bit more work to be added here, of course, but it's a never-ending process. And so this is very, very well done, Niles. Again, very, very well done. Overwhelming for most, I would assume. This is a very difficult,
Nothing like H2O.
very difficult level of build to get to. So I would keep your expectations low. Niles has also been working on this for a long time now. This has been a very, very arduous build. I've seen little updates over and over again over time. It's very cool. But yes, so we'll get into the gradings. First impressions, and this one might be boring for everyone, but I don't know how to critique this one. Like, this has blown my mind in so many ways. First impressions, again, our first 10, absolutely, this deserves every single point. It is so clean and well done. The style fits. It's matched in every building in some way, but everything's unique at the same time. This thing alone is blowing my mind. Like I would struggle building this in many ways. In so many ways, this makes my brain hurt. And I know how this was built. And I would struggle recreating this, so it's very, very impressive. The layout and interior, I think previously you were like a 4 out of 5 potentially. Again, the layout you've improved so much as an easy 9. Interiors and stuff can always be improved a little bit, but I think it just looks great. I think you've moved the functionality around enough that I really like it. It doesn't feel sort of separated in terms of like the base and what you like there was a base previously that was like your home, and then there was like function off to the side, and now it feels much more cohesive in that. So I think an easy 9 out of 10 probably. But at the same time, like that is only knocked a little bit just because some of the interiors are less exciting than like this epicness. So at the same time, like I could probably go a 9.5, but there are little tiny improvements that you could still barely make if I'm being so overly nitpicky, because I want to give you something to keep working on in terms of like you could keep laying out the inside of this a little bit and make your like bug nests maybe more integrated into the design. These are such small things now. It's like such nitpicky things, but your base is so good. I think you deserve a little bit of idea of where you could go and improve upon. Other things potentially, just the last little bit of connections and stuff, maybe getting like one last wall there and one last wall there potentially to like close these in or expand and make the village even bigger. So nitpicky though. I'm being so nitpicky just to try to give you something to work on, because I want to see more of this is really what I'm trying to say. I want to see you improve and just keep building on it, because I could see many more buildings, a bug museum, an armory, like some of those other types of interior type things that I think of in terms of building. Like I'd love to see you take a stab at adding a handful more buildings to this overall, because like you've done such a good job showing this off. I want to see this in a whole building. Like I want to see another double the size of this village, bring it out here somewhere or back behind that way, and just keep doing more, right? Like it's insane. Materials and exterior, absolutely 10 out of 10. You have killed. This is everything I tried to tell people to do times 10. Like, the exterior patterning is replicated just enough on each one of these buildings that the whole build as a whole, in terms of the village, everything feels cohesive as one village, but each building feels just different enough with the same styles. I mean, everything has these targets, but they're used in slightly different ways, or the scale of the building is slightly different. The columns slightly change and come up higher on this one, and it's like a little bit wider. The entrance adds a huge amount of detail. If you guys haven't noticed, there's also 2 grids going on all of these little spots too. So there's a grid there and a grid right next to it to add these little extra details that you see here as well. Just something to keep your eye on. If there's another thing maybe you didn't notice in the ridiculousness of how crazy this build is there is every single one of these has 2 grids going on the base to add the door frame and the pine wall. So yeah, 10 out of 10 on the materials and exterior. The structure, again, I have to give you a 10 on the structure. You've done a really good job from the bridges to the external. This is like Japanese architecture 101, it feels like, just with these like exterior colonnade type things. It is exactly how that would be built, using the columns to add more detail and sort of a structural element on the exterior of these. As well as, like, this just feels so, for a building that has almost no walls, it feels so, like, structurally sound in so many ways. Like, it feels hefty, but is also very, not, very open. Like, it's enclosed and open at the same time, which is, it's a difficult balance to get. And you've done a really good job on the structural sides of these, and, like, absolutely love the use of the colonnade and stuff on the inside here as well. Just phenomenal. The functionality of it, I guess I'll give you a 9 on that. It's so much, not that the first round was bad in any way, shape, or form, but I really like how you've sort of taken those other elements and you just expanded on them just enough to make it, like, really, really good. The fact that this water tower is, like, sort of had this design on the inside of the building last time. Now it's its own building. You made a totally separate but very close building here for your stem storage and all these functional pieces. They're so much more accessible than the last go around as well. That was like my only critique, was that I didn't like that they were up on the 3rd floor or whatever it was. Like, I think this and this maybe switched, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. It's hard to remember every single piece of it, but that was like one of my main things, is having to go upstairs to get to your crafting stuff. Like, you've fixed that problem. You've also somehow elevated those at the same time. So you've done a really good job on the updating of the functional side of it. Now I'm like, I have no comments to make on how you would change it or make it better. Because I do like that they're slightly separated, but they're still close enough that I believe a lot of that stuff is still going to reach the chests over here too. So it would work very well. The theme and continuity, again, a 10 on that. You already had the theme down, and now you've just, like, expanded upon it. Like, it's obvious that the theme and continuity follow each other in between each ones, but just enough to not just be, like, the same thing over and over again. So you did a very, very good job on that. The creativity, again, another 10. I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of this one. It's so creative and so interesting. You've done such a good job utilizing different materials, the different decor pieces. So few bases have, like, this amount of exterior detail with all of the items and stuff. This is where a lot of people could take note on how they could improve and change things, is how do you use these decor items to add that little bit of oomph to the exterior of a build. Because it is, until you've messed with it or you've seen something like this, it can feel a little difficult on how to do detailing on the outside of a base, but this is textbook on how I would describe it. Good amount of lighting, differentiation between materials, just enough detail to look really interesting, but not be so visually overwhelming that, like, it just starts becoming chaos. Like, there's organized detail here, and the repetition is done very, very well. And the potential, again, easy 10. It feels like a finished base, but I'm also looking around and seeing like there's so much more potential for like how this base can grow. All this different space around here. Run away from that. You have a lot of potential still for how you could continue expanding upon this and adding more buildings and more interesting pieces to this. Because you can even see like more interesting designs done with like this log and how you start connecting these things around. Like there's still a lot of potential for it. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see how you continue to build upon this and finishing these walls so that Scorpion leaves us alone. But again, Niles, I am impressed. This is a phenomenal build. You've done an incredible job detailing this out, and I, as a fellow off-grid builder, I can definitely see how much ridiculous amount of effort and time I know how long it takes to get this stuff lined up so freaking well. You can barely see that these things are like just barely off a line. Like that is so much effort to get these things this freaking perfect. So again, kudos to you. This is very, very good. And once again, thank you for letting us view this one. This is gonna be an awesome one to show off to people. Definitely hope that you post this one in the the build inspiration part of the Discord so people can follow up on this one, because I think a lot of people would like to see how you continue adding and changing all these different things. But yes, incredible build. Thank you once again. Holy moly, y'all. That was freaking nuts. How do you follow this base? That's a great thing. There's no comparisons here. That was insane. But that's also, like, Niles has been working hard on that. That is an insane amount of effort and time put into it. And so few people can say they put that much time into their base. Like, it's another level of time put into that. Got a gifted sub to this random streamer, and this was one of their emotes. Yikes. Like the cave entrance, the off-grid chaos makes it look natural. Yes, it really does. Really, really does. Second. Okay, Busani, are you ready? And again, there's no comparisons here. Just because someone's put 10, I mean, the thing, like, Busani, yours compared to Niles is like, if you took your entire base and cut it down to a quarter of the size, it would be a higher expectation of you to have that much detail. But your base is exponentially larger than Niles. Like, Niles has a very compact, small little village, and yours is like huge. I mean, as you can see, you've got a huge amount of space that you're working with here. So it's not like, can't compare them one to one, because if you spent all your time on one single building, I could see you having great builds too. On that, like, getting to that level of crazy detail. But there are so few people building to that level. So few people building on that ridiculous level of detail. It's, no one should compare themselves to that. That's next level. Don't be nervous, though. Don't be nervous. I know, Ducky, I know. Welcome in, Rad. Hope you're doing good. It's all time. We can all get there. Just because your build isn't there yet doesn't mean it's not going to get there. It doesn't mean you can't have that same thing. But comparing yourself to someone that's literally built and rebuilt that entire village now twice, like, is a lot of practice. There's a lot of time and effort put into that one small space. So the goal is that we all see that type of stuff so we can get to that level of build eventually. All right. Next up, we have Busani TV. This is a re-review of their original base. Another one located right up here at the podium type space of the statue, or the steps, I guess is probably a better way to put it. We will just see what they've done. As Busani said themselves, the inspiration for a lot of this space is like an abstract art style of design, so it's very kind of like free form, but also very like visually interesting in many ways. So like another new little addition here, this like abstract type triangle art piece, and this crazy mushroom staircase you got going on. I feel like we need to see that at night because I see some lights in there that we wouldn't want to miss. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought that was going to look like. This looks really cool, Busani. I love these white mushrooms lit up, but I've never seen like a roof structure or whatever you want to call it made out of this. This is super cool. Very, very well done. That looks epic. It looks like popcorn or like big thing of cotton candy. Very interesting. I think I've seen that one. Weevils galore. Got multiple ways to get in and out. Okay, we'll start over here just to work our way across. Then we'll get into the middle. I believe you had your garden space over here. So many stairs, I don't know which one to use. Okay. I'm gonna get so lost in. Okay, it's not that bad. I feel like it was a complete maze last time. I had literally no clue where I was going. More lighted mushrooms, love to see it. Maze runner going on. Can't help myself but try to see every space just in case. Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh, that brings you down. Interesting. Almost missed it. Go back up and see the garden out there, though. So it looks like this is kind of now your like training grounds, I would assume. Also, you've moved some of the like the functional pieces out to these areas, so you can still get into your water and everything.
Make a killing.
Got your little basketball game. Love to see it. Now it, like automatically redistributes your ball to you. This looks really good. Chap needs this. This needs to go in Chap space. Looks really cool. More little functional stuff. Staircase. We'll go back up and see the top of that garden where I fell down to. Don't want to miss anything. Nice little garden space. Back around. You got that from Chap. Very nice. I like the execution of yours, honestly. Those are the types of things I really enjoy seeing, like someone's idea being reformatted to fit someone else's build. I think always looks really interesting. Because your design is... I'm trying to remember Chap's, but Chap's is on a little smaller scale than this, so I think I like the extra detail into like the ball return side of it, since it's a little bit bigger. Very cool to see. Got like your range distances, so you can like pick out a specific spot and try to hit the targets, which is really cool. Good little practice range. Got your jerky racks and stuff. Food storage and all sorts of random stuff. This thing. Do we have... No, can't see anything. Okay, like chest area, more storage. A little bunk bed, crafting area. This whole like maze thing all over the place. Cookery areas. A throne to look over everything. Feels very Game of Thrones, right? Like staring at everyone and then flying away. Axle head mounts. Those are pricey. And then the main... Oh yeah, you even have like storage down here too. Like it. The main pyramid build. Again, sort of like that abstract styling where like it's not super symmetrical and stuff, which has my OCD going crazy because I physically cannot do that. I do not have the ability to build sort of abstract like this. It just does not work for my brain. It's counterintuitive to everything I've ever tried to do in terms of like building perfect symmetrical type builds. But it's also kind of visually very interesting at times. The top of the pyramid way more interesting, like you said. Yeah, I definitely enjoy that you've continued it. Like, I mean, you can even see like you had this crazy abstract stem entrance to this building and stuff, and you sort of brought some of that detailing over. You had a lot of this stuff, although a lot of it's changed in many ways. It's also like a very interesting, just visual compilation of materials and stuff that like is visually intriguing at the same time. Although it goes against my like all my natural tendencies, I like seeing stuff like this because I can't build like that. I've actually struggled doing stuff like that. My brain just wants it to be perfectly lined up. We still have sort of your indoor gym area. Looks like you've added way more head mounts and everything. Also like that you like organize these up a little bit. This is more my my brain style, how I work. Where you like the little quarter pieces instead of what you had before where they were just kind of placed. I definitely visually enjoy that you've like organized these all a little bit more. Not that that's the only way it works, but that just for my brain work. It doesn't hurt my soul as much. In the best way. How do we get up? We have to go to the outside. It's like very similar to like a real pyramid, like all these like chambers and antechambers and all that stuff. You never quite know where you're going. But I very much like that you address the outside of this pyramid, because the inside was always very interesting and the outside was like half really, really interesting and half you hadn't quite fully committed to the entire like sort of chaos that you were embracing in other parts of it. And that was where I was like, you're gonna build in that like abstract chaos style, you really gotta commit, like fully commit. You can't have one part kind of be like how I build things and very symmetrical and simple, and then like have complete chaos on the other side, unless you're like literally going for like a yin and yang. So I enjoy that this is now feels very cohesive in the way that you've designed it all out. It's like, dude, this amount of stuff, so much stuff, it's crazy. Still blows my mind. It's a very Luderav-esque in many ways too, which I enjoy. It challenges the way I like to build things in a really good way. I definitely enjoy it. But I also am completely lost most of the time. Love the, let's see if we can see that better. We can't get to a spot where I can actually get into the camera mode. There we go. Again, thoroughly enjoy the little like beacon design on the top of this as well, but also very well done. The corner details look much more interesting now, and it like builds as well as you go to the top with everything. I'll run to that side. That's where it is. Like you have multiple ways to get in and out of it. You got your upper area up here for your like little chill base. Utilizing every inch of it. Like I made it back for a little bit, at least, for sure, for sure. We still might have a couple more in us. Let's see what's up. What is happening over here? Can I get in that or anything? It's just purely a design detail. My brain wants to get in there somehow. This looks really nice. I really like this little corner detail. This looks really cool, Busani. A really nice way to like tie in like these two curved pieces. Very nice. Definitely taking it up a notch into the design aspect of it. I'm scared to go in this space. I'm horrified to go in there. I got so lost last time. I feel like I'm gonna never be able to get out of it again. Like the craziest maze. Got some hatcheries over here now. Another throne. Perfect, because you can just get right up to the top. Oh, jeez. It's too high. Almost died. The museum? Which one's the museum? Where's that? Was it somewhere in here? In the pyramid or in here? Like the lighting and stuff. Or is this a museum? It looks like a museum you'd see nowadays, like very abstract and in the pyramid. How the heck did you get into? What is it? Which level is it? That's what I'm saying, this chaos. I get so lost and turned around. How is there a museum in here? The next floor up, maybe? Actually lost like a legit pyramid. Let's see if we can find a door. Third floor. Third floor. Oh, there it is. Found it. Holy chaos. This is definitely a museum. In how many museums are you allowed to walk on the artwork? Like, it's not very good art anyways, right? We'll just walk all over it. Because these doors blend in too well. Like, they don't look like doors half the time. And I'm already lost. I don't even know how you navigate through this thing. I'd just be so turned around in my own base every day. Maybe I'd get used to it over time, but jumping in randomly, I just get epically lost. And this is the absolute chaos build. How would you describe this base? I'm not even sure what to call it. Other than confused timber so he gets lost and can never leave.
We could bottle that up and make a killing.
That's my question. Holy thrones, you've been going ham on Axel. The lounge, I see. I like this. This looks nice. Really like the way, like with the throne. These look very nice. Maybe just needs a little bit of lighting, but it honestly looks very nice. Yeah, this build is complete chaos. Like, I have no clue where I'm going, what's happening the entire time. In a fun way. Yeah, the roof is absolutely nuts. Can I actually get up there? I think I can I? Can I? Huh. We can. Run around enough. I'll figure it out. Funnily enough, I have a couple roofs in my Grounded 1 stuff that look similar to this. You're lost too, yeah. Join the club. Very nice, very nice. Chaos building with y'all is nuts. Oh, in photo mode? Hold on. Up over. Very fun, man. I wish my brain could build like chaos. Just so organized and structured. Definitely struggle with it. But I also really like the like randomness of these designs. They look really interesting. Okay, so in terms of grading, first impressions, I struggle remembering exactly what I scored you on the first go around with this base, but now that we're going out of 10, it probably doesn't really matter necessarily. There's definitely a lot of potential, so I'd probably say like a 7.5 or 8 on that. I think there's definitely a lot of, you still have so much room. Like you started so big, 4 out of 5. So yeah, I think you're still right in that same range of that like 8-ish, 7 or 8 in the first impressions. I think it's like, there's so much going on. Like there's so much to look at. There's so many interesting things happening that I think it's really fun, but you're also like, the scale of this is so big. There's so much room to keep building. Like you could build on this for another 2 years and probably never fill the whole thing up. If it's anything like my experience with building on a scale this large. So it still leaves like a little bit, it leaves a lot of room to keep adding to it and like filling in these spaces. Not that like every square inch needs to be filled by any means, but I still want to see like more buildings and more things happening in sort of these open areas. So it feels like look up potentially like castle courtyards and stuff and try to start figuring out like how you can fill in some of these open areas and stuff to get the level of detail of like, I didn't even realize this was rainbow either. That looks really cool. Always got to see them at night. Yeah, I really like the rainbow gradient that goes around the outside too. That looks really nice. It's like a perfect rainbow too. It looks nice. Very impressive. Looks very nice, man. Again, yeah, probably 8 on the first impressions. I think compared to the first go around, like knowing what it was like on the first one, I really like the additions of like the cool lighting and stuff. All of those different features I think are really well. The layout and interior. Yes, I'll run over there while I'm talking. The layout and interior, I don't even know how to grade you on that because it hurts my brain. It's just like so out of my comfort zone and stuff, and it's so lost that it's like, it is like, if you're realistically looking at it, a pyramid has many of those features that you're doing. So it is very kind of, it does look nice from above. I can't quite get to the full annoyingly, but it does look good. It's a very appealing ASMR type thing. The way it like waves around, very cool. So in many ways, it is very realistic and it works. And like that's the goal, I guess. Like the goal here is not that it's easy to walk through. Like that's the entire point of the build. So you've accomplished exactly what you're thinking, and it very much feels like in many ways, walking through a pyramid, you're actually supposed to get lost. You're supposed to hit dead ends. It's doing what it's supposed to, even though it literally hurts my brain trying to find my way around this place. I get so turned around and so lost, but that's also the point in many ways. So I think you've done a great job on the layout side of it, on the pyramid, and the lounge also hurts my brain in the way you get around it, but it's also kind of like a fun little experiment to like throw people into a maze and see how they get through it, see how long it takes and stuff. So I think it's really cool. I think you've done a good job on that as well. I'll give you a, I guess the only thing in terms of, I really enjoy the pyramid in the interior of this. The only thing lacking on the idea of layout is the exterior, as I was talking about. These like courtyard spaces still sort of lack that connection to the rest of it. And so if I had to help you improve and continue working on this base, which I really hope you do, because I like where you're headed and the fun you're having with the different designs and different areas of this, is now, how do you keep connecting this? How do you keep driving this level of design to this exterior space? How do you maybe divide these spaces up? Do you have like covered spaces, covered walkways or something like that? Just the little things, and like how you get from one spot in a space to the next sort of feels like a blank canvas in many ways still. And with your abstract kind of art style, I think it'd be very interesting to see kind of how you take some of this chaos and how you get around this and bring that to the outside of these builds. Just in terms of like, I like picking out one thing you're doing really well, and how do you now convert that to be the entire base? And so for me, that's like, how do you bring the chaos of these to this space? How do you sort of now take what's here with these ramps and add your own level of design to that? Because that feels like the natural next place for you to go, is to figure out how to bring all of this fun that you're having to the outside. Because I want to see more of it. Is it's like double, triple down on the chaos side of it, because I think it's fun. And you're like, even the way you're messing with the stairs and the multiple staircases and the kind of like underneath these areas, how it had like its own little maze and different entrances and exits. And I want to see more of that here as well in many ways, just to because you can't, right? If you're gonna keep building, that's probably where I would head next. The materials and exterior, I think you've done a really good job on that. I'm happy to give you an 8 on that. Of course, there's the buildings themselves are probably closer to a 9 on the fun scale. But then if you're looking at the whole picture, it sort of falls into that same thing on the exterior side, is how do you take these elements and bring them everywhere? How do you have more fun with these big walls as well? Because I like how you've broken all of this up, and now I want to start seeing like the towers have some more of those designs, some more of this stuff, and like the corners, or like how do you just keep expanding upon that? But overall, I think you've done a great job on that side of it. The structural side of it, I don't really have anything to knock on it, really. So it's hard not to give you like an 8.5 maybe, just because structurally, like the pyramid makes total sense. It functions, it works as a pyramid. The lounge obviously doesn't make any sense, but like visually it's very interesting and very fun to walk through, even though we have no clue what to compare it to in terms of a real thing other than like some ridiculous modern art museum or something out there, which definitely accomplishes that in many ways. I've definitely seen something in my years of architecture that has some ridiculous, like crazy exterior detail like that I think could be really cool. But structurally, they all kind of work. There's some fun, goofy stuff that's like maybe not necessarily possible, but that's also exactly what you're trying to do, is like have fun with it and just go crazy. So you've done a good job like creating fun little connections to the ground for each one of these spaces, how they all like interact with one another in the corners, how the floors connect between each level of this. I think it makes a lot of sense in those areas as well. But structurally, you could just keep expanding. Maybe the wall needs a little more detail or something. Hard to give you like specific things to work on like the exterior, because it's hard not to make a wall look like a big wall, you know. That's just the challenge of having this big of a space that you're utilizing. So some of those things are just more difficult overall. But I definitely like the direction you're headed in at the end of the day. The functionality of it, can you vote? Can you grade the function of something that's meant to just be abstract and crazy random? I don't know. I don't know if you can really like vote on the functional side of it. Like it accomplishes what you need it to do. Functionally, the pyramid is an 8 or 9 out of 10, just because it functions exactly like a real pyramid would do. And those are, I think, where some of the most people that build pyramids in Grounded tend to just make pyramid shape, and then it's a massive open structure on the inside, and that's very opposite or counterintuitive to how the real pyramids are made. They're meant to be these massive structures that conceal crazy amounts of like hidden passageways and dead ends and traps and those things, and that is exactly what you've done there on those sides. And so I think you just keep going and keep adding those things. Functionally, you have all the little pieces that you need in a base, but you also have like the fun side of things as well. So I think you're doing a great job on the functional side of it, and it's just keep having fun with it. And at the end of the day, is all that really matters. Not every base is meant to function as a perfectly functioning, efficient base. Chaos is another style of function, and I think you're doing great on that. The theme and continuity of it, I think in terms of like the individual pieces, I think you're dead on. Like the theme is there, the continuity is there. You've hit that level of elevated design that I was asking for the first review that we did. But now it is just, how do you take what I would now call like the continuity of this as like an 8.5 or a 9 in terms of how you've like visually connected this? How do you start visually connecting the entire part of this? Like, I want to see this chaos everywhere on the outside. I want to see the roof chaos everywhere on this. I want to see this creativity start enveloping and taking over all of this. I want to see it on these. I want to see these walls and stuff hit this level of like chaos and fun. You've got like everywhere outside of the pyramid and the lounge, you're starting to hit that level of continuity, but just bring more of these elements everywhere else and you'll be absolutely doing great. And maybe that's just like break this floor up from one massive stem floor to like, how do you create a pathway similar to like how Niles or a couple other people have overlaid some pieces on top of this to create like patterns and stuff. Finding a way to maybe break up the monotony of this, because there's very little repeating in this whole build outside of like these little layers, which are kind of overshadowed by the rest of the design that's happening. This is a very open space and very repetitive compared to the rest of your kind of abstract work. But I think more fun with it, or is it more arcade carnival type games? Is it, I mean, whatever you want. It's your base at the end of the day, but just continuing it out, taking this level of detail, bringing it to here as well, would really elevate like this type of building as well. But I think overall you're having a lot of fun with it, and that's all that really matters. I think you're headed in the right direction. Yeah, overall creativity, I gotta give you a 9 on the creativity. It's awesome, man. Like, it is really good. There's of course plenty of work to do on a build this scale. It's never ending, honestly. It never feels like you're ever gonna actually finish a build this size. So just keep chugging along on it. But in terms of like the stuff you're doing on the inside of these builds is super fun, super creative, like very unique. The abstract art side of it, like you said, is its style. You have to be really creative in your own unique way to be able to kind of like create the chaos that you're doing. My brain physically doesn't quite think like that. It's very organized, simple, though. I think you've done a great job, and the potential is a 9, honestly. It's hard to say. I think everyone has a lot of potential, but you have so many interesting design ideas going on with these that like the rest of the space is your oyster, you know? It's your chance to just keep going crazy and having fun with it. There's tons of potential as you just keep building, and as we get more materials and more decorations, like I can only see it getting better and better as you're going. So very good job. Once again, Busani, thank you for letting us check this base out. Awesome job updating it. Really fun, crazy chaos building in the best way. But once again, thank you for letting us take a taking a look at this one and checking it out again. I definitely appreciate it. Happily look at it once again. Continue working on it. Alrighty, Busani, great job, man. Great job. And as I said, yeah, I'll take a 9. I'll try to turn it into a 10. Exactly. That's the exact attitude I'm hoping for, is that like 10s are boring. 10s don't help anyone. 10s are not useful in terms of getting better and improving and adding more and more to a base at the end of the day. Like, it's not helpful to just say, like, Niles I've been talking to specifically on like working through some of their stuff and those things, so it's like it's easier to help them. But at the end of the day, like, pure 10s are just, they're not super helpful, even though like I'd love to give everyone 10s. I'd prefer to give people a little bit of something to work on. We all have something. Welcome in, Nico Robin. How's it going? Thought I did what? Sorry. And happy to review it, Busani. Thanks for letting us take a look at it again. Very fun chaos building. You and Luderav get along very well. In a way that I just can't think. Open your girlfriends. Next up is Astral Lizard. Base. Which one is your girlfriend's, by the way? Just so I know. I have a lot. Josue, welcome in. Going, man. The build? Oh, no. These are base reviews. Yeah, so I am, these are all community-based designs that we're looking at. Been a while since I've been going great. Oh, Veros. That is going to be next stream, most likely. Another 2 bases in front, so I think they will be probably first or second next base review. We're already getting a little late here, so it's very possible that this is the best build. Yeah, it goes, because this base is doing great though, Josue. Living the life, man. Can't complain too much. Sounds good, Hunters. Thanks for understanding. We have so many bases. Hard to get to all of them. Heck.
Ah, that hit the spot.
Yeah, this is most likely the last base of it. There's so much happening right now. Astral Lizard. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one, guys. Be a fun one. Battle quality to high. Few specific requests from Astral Lizard. Hopefully this doesn't break everything, but going to get going. Great work. It's one here. All good. Appreciate it, and it will be earlier for sure on the next go around for you, your girlfriend. Very excited. I took a quick glance at it as well, so I'm very excited to show your base off. Very cool. Holy cow. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely the last one of the night. We got some work to do to see everything. So this is the 3rd re-review we've done of Astral Lizard's base, but it is exponentially grown. I don't even think this is the same base. I genuinely do not. Fused with the last stream. Start a new world build in background. So just for everyone who is new here, we are currently doing a community challenge to raise money for the Extra Life charity. Awesome charity that Obsidian themselves does streams for weekly, I believe. And they are starting a roughly month-long type charity here early November, where they're looking to raise $30,000 for Extra Lives. And so the Grounded community, Jade, Seedinky, and Apex put together a community event where we are doing an art challenge, a build challenge, and then streamers and content creators are going to be doing the Peeper challenge, which is sort of something these guys created in Grounded 1, where we start a new world, we live stream, we try to peep as many bugs as humanly possible in an hour and 15 minutes. The winner, of course, whoever gets the most points, you get extra points for gold cards, boss peeps, those types of things. Whoever gets the most points at the end of it wins a special prize, and also raises money for an awesome charity. Myself, Seedinky, Jade, and Apex are all going to be picking the final five finalists for the base build competition. If you're interested in that, we're doing a starter base challenge, just starting with a new base. Anything you believe fits the idea of starter base best. There's very few rules on this, can be survival or creative. You just have to join the Grounded Community Events Discord, which might be in the description, but is also in my Discord. We've linked it a handful of times. So if you're interested in that, join my Discord and reach out and ask or DM me and I can send it to you, because we will be doing future events as well moving forward. We will be doing future events and community events and charity opportunities as well through that Discord. So as we continue through early access and full release of Grounded 2, there will be many more events. This is kind of the first one to get things started and get them rolling, but is an awesome charity. And I will also potentially be live streaming tours of the 5 finalists next week. So everyone has some like visual video to go look at to decide on who they think's the best. And then the community as a whole will be voting on who wins that as well. And there's awesome little prizes. We have a raffle for like $100 or $150 Steam gift card from I'm Cade. We have custom hats that Seedinky's made, a t-shirt that Jade's working on, signed Grounded 1 stuff from Jade and the crew. So just some fun little stuff that you can win. And also, if you can, make sure to donate to a great cause if you have the means and you're able to. There's a link in the description of the video. There's also a little portion on my Twitch as well if you're interested in that. But anyone and everyone that can donate is be awesome. We really appreciate it. We're trying to get to $3,000 before I think November 7th, and we're just over 500 now, as of early May at least. And the full Peeper challenge doesn't start until next week as well, so just getting rolling on it. But I appreciate everyone, and we'll get looking at it. His third review, that's not fair. Yeah, well, he's also doing insanity. Like, insanity. It's another level of builds. You really have to upgrade and update your base to get a third review. It's I've been very strict with Astral Lizard. I don't want people doing reviews over and over again without changing very much. Astral Lizard's builds have exponentially changed and don't even feel like the same unit. This is like a full crazy city now. So it's rare circumstances to get this many. And a couple people that have had a second one as of today, but very few people have had enough upgrades to get to a third base route.
We could bottle that up and make a killing.
But all right, thank you for listening to my little spiel about the awesome cause we're trying to support. But let's get into it. So next up we have Astral Lizard, or Astral Lizard Builds. This is another re-review, but honestly, looking at this, it's not even the same universe. I don't even know what is happening. Apparently we're supposed to follow the points of interest through this, so there's 8 points of interest that we have to get to. We'll see how long that takes, because this thing looks massive and totally different than go around. Like, so very different. The idea of this base, according to Astral Lizard, is that it's sort of a punk city vibe. Let me double check that. Solar Punk City 5.0, but it is called. So however you'd like to define solar punk, but whatever this is, this looks epic. Super cool. Very, very interesting. I love how you've now like completely switched over from the materials you were using in the first go around Absolutely. How do I get up there? Question. We hope we find it. And as if you've seen the first go around of this base, I don't think anyone is going to be recognized. This so different, so drastically different than around. Details are insane, dude. Might have to miss a couple things here and there. Doesn't get too crazy long. Holy crap. Huge. Really like the adjustments you've made in like the materials. Utilizing the different ones. Well, looks very nice. Crazy angle. Chaos going on. Love it. Definitely do some fly arounds as well at some point. I think there's going to be a decent amount of like random parkour and stuff here. See how that goes. Literally parkour. I'm absolutely. There's no. I remember how to do all. Not missing. But what a fun challenge. Somehow you've created a massive base and also created a parkour challenge. Dang. Keeps going too. I believe Astral Lizard was here earlier. Still here. Oh, jeez. God. Dang. A what? Oh, this is ridiculous. Astral Lizard. Holy cow. This is freaking insane. What? My lord, do I have a dandelion? Everything looks right. Okay, we went up that way. That way. My brain. Meditating and stuff. Yeah, dude. Alright, that was one. There's two. Massive tower. Okay. Dude. Insane. Challenge of a lifetime for me. Bear with me if it is a little laggy. This is massive. I definitely think we're gonna have some. Honestly, doesn't even look like the same world. Lightest is so different. I don't even know how you changed all stuff from what. Almost none of it looks. My mic is cutting out? Yeah, it's probably because of the lag. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt it. I can tell there's moments where my computer's like dying for a second. So bear with me on this one. Unfortunate part of massive mega building. Dude's getting pushed to his death. Yikes. Yeah, your mega building, as expected, is causing issues. Who'd have guessed? Like Luderav, every time I go into one of his worlds, it breaks everything. Got your different factions and stuff all arguing up here. Holy parkours. Oh jeez, that was close. We can get any higher, can't we? Okay, very cool, very cool. Not totally meaning to like skip through things, but I'll also could be here all night as well if I spend too much time on it. 3. Holy cow, dude. I can't tell if this looks as good from my stuff or not, through OBS and stuff. I'm getting distracted, sorry. 3. I just see things and I want to look. So much happening. Yeah, quality's dropping quick, y'all. Sorry. It's taking every ounce of my computer's capacity right now. And my brain's capacity to figure out where I'm going. Yeah, floating lights, that'll do it. There's like so much parkour going on, I don't know if I'm doing it right or if I'm skipping things on accident. Dude, what? How does your brain even function like this? I don't even understand. This is like straight, not to compare you to Luderav specifically, but like this is like his level of like, I can't even figure out like how to do things properly. It hurts my brain. Holy moly, dude. You weren't kidding when you said there's parkour and stuff. I was not expecting a full-on parkour challenge. You found my greatest weakness. Parkour. No. I found the right path first try? There's no way that was the right path. What? I felt like that was cheated. Apparently my cheating brain understands it, except now I can't jump, right? Bonk your head, knock. Going down. It was? There's no way. Better lucky than good, right? There we go. Dude, you are madman. Mad lad. Oh, you son of a gun. Well, as I said, yeah, this is probably going to be the last one because it's going to take me all night to figure out how to do this frickin' parkour. Jump it. Okay, we're moving. Doing it. This is more chaos theory than mine, right? I didn't know that was possible, but apparently. Dude, your lights are devious. Deviously placed. Holy moly. Okay, we're out of the light maze. And into the heavens. Holy cow, dude. Alright, each time we get to the top, take a quick peek. Heck is that? I actually really enjoy this, like, almost feels like a skyscraper design. Like, it feels like these are like windows in a skyscraper. Looks really nice. Super random, but also like really cool. Dang. Like, this is the stuff. So for people wondering, the last base review we did was like these towers, and there was like a small tower here, maybe. I don't even know if this was here. I think it was just this stuff. Everything in like pebble foundations and stuff is completely new. And that's new as well. Holy cow. This is freaking massive, dude. Alright, so now we gotta get to 4 somehow. That way. Yowza. Wow, wow, wow. And it really is like a full-on city, dude. Underground network of shops, like a underground marketplace. Kind of gives me the like Star Wars vibes in many ways. Like a lot of these like little like underground random little towns and cities and stuff. Crazy random worlds. Was that your home? Not anymore. Wow. Oh, I can't cheat my way in. Almost. Fine, I'll use the stairs. Really like how you've like bumped up all the materials you've used as well. It all looks really nice. Chaotic, but nice.
Now that's
Clean that up for you.
fresh.
Okay, so the underground market was 4. Six optional? There's no optional. God, you even have like a little like cafe on the water? What? Dude. So cool. I really hope this footage turns out good, because it'd be such a bummer if this is so laggy that it just doesn't even work. Even like little range down here too. Udarav is going to poop himself. Seeing this one. In a good way. Can you do that in a good way? I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm delusional. Now to the finished stadium. This thing looks epic, dude. You know, it looked cool the first go around, but this looks so nice. Wait, is this like slam ball? Dunk. It's like slam ball. Like 3v3 trampoline basketball game. Very cool. So many details, dude. You've gone ham. Don't need that on. Wow. If he's gonna use the frickin' leaf as a bridge. Love it. So that was 5, so now we go with 6. There's no options to not see it now. We're in it, right? I don't know how I'm gonna grade you on any of this. This is crazy. I don't even know how I would go about that. Didn't realize how close I was to dying.
Wish I had fries with that.
No torch zone. Wow. I see how it is. You're gonna try scaring me now. Okay. Doing it. Balcony, not a way to go. Alright, we did it. Little wrestling area. I can never tell what's a detail and what's just another path that I didn't see yet. How do we get in here? I know these ladders are here for a reason. Something's gotta work. Or is there? Maybe you've just turned me into a monster now and I have no clue what's right or wrong anymore. Controlled. Look up. Oh. I see how it is. Trick me with your ladders. Oh. Means still missing something. Oh no. That was it. Gotta go up to go down. Like everyone needs to be part of this world just to see the chaos. Whatever the puzzle is, it's got my brain broken. Aha! I'm lost. What am I doing wrong, Astral Lizard? Did look down. Which is down? Maybe found it? Aha! We're in. Dude, you need to make... Through the city builds, dude. You need to be making puzzle maps. This is ridiculous. Like, literally. How is this even possible? Did I do it? Do I have to get one more up? How do I get out now, though? One more up. How do you get up there? Bonking. Oh, we did it. It was easy. I was lying. I knew what I was doing the whole time. Alright, 7. It's crazy how laggy. You can go from like not laggy at all to like as soon as I hit this, I'm like instantly dropping frames. I feel like a lot of this is still pretty similar. Holy FPS drops. Bear with me, people. What? I'm assuming the lag is part of the challenge, right? Shiny weapons. I like shiny weapons. Okay. Details, man. How does this, like, how did your brain even make all of the old original stuff even connect to these things? Little did everyone know they were getting base tours tonight and mazes. Best of both worlds. Heck am I doing? I don't even know what's right or wrong anymore. Crap, which side did we come out on? Came out, went like that. This? Ah! Horrifying. Yes. Dude. Series are very consistent and inside is a complete puzzle to the sky, right? Like, it hurts my brain how you've come up with chaos. Don't even understand. Like, I would never have guessed that these were parkour challenges at the same time. To the top, literally. Alright, that was 7. Now... 8's all the way back over there. Where the heck are we going? Check out the cool tiki bar. Check out the previous update, previous videos if you want to see all this cool stuff too. Wrapped myself in. How am I supposed to grade this, Astral Lizard? Like, what? How do we even go about talking about what has just happened? I don't even know. My brain is literally like everything's a puzzle. Everything. I don't even know what this is. I like it though. Very interesting. That looks awesome. I really want to build in here specifically because I love the way these wires look. It's nice whatever it is. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling right now. I have no clue what's happening at the moment, but I like it. Up on this. Dude, it just keeps going. Got like mushrooms lit up and everything. You're having, in the best way, too much fun with this. Where did that come from? Huh. A random side entrance. I don't know how you think of it, man. Dandelion tuft cheat. No, I've fallen. I can't get up. Ouch. Okay. We're on it. Just like... Is it the challenge jumping, or are they cheering on the people fighting bugs? Dude, the... Wow. Love that look, too. Whoa. Seen almost all of it. Got the upper deck area for everyone to chill and watch. Glad my brain's not the only one that's just being ripped into pieces. This is crazy. What the? Not expecting that. Wow, man. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, good. There's more up here, too. As if there wouldn't be, right? Stop it. Leave me alone. Just like random dew collectors and more random parkour challenge jumpingness. I don't even want to know. This looks like some like Saw torture chamber stuff or something. Like your brain is on like a different level of parkour jump challenge stuff. Well, man. Get up to the last one. Finish it off on the top over here. Oh, or not. Suck. Plus, we want to see the rest of the world lit up anyway. All right. Well, Astral Lizard, that was not a challenge I was expecting to go through. That was a surprise and a half. But I feel pretty good that I was able to do the parkour challenges. Those were epic. And this base is insane. You weren't kidding when you said the first ones were like 35%. I was like, this, what is he talking about? 35%? Like, what the heck did he add to get bigger than this? Like, I could not comprehend what you were doing to get bigger. This base is ridiculous. We could spend years running around and never see everything. Years. Probably kill my whole computer too. The lighting is insane. Well, man. I don't know really how to grade this, but first impressions, I'm gonna have to give you a 10, because like compared to what I first saw, this was not even remotely close to what I was expecting in terms of upgrades. Like, not only did it get 10, literally, I mean, what if we consider like that and that stuff the same? Like, it's quadrupled, if not 10 times larger than the first two, so I am incredibly impressed, and I really enjoyed the like points of interest side that you did it. I don't know how I would have ran through this base without your little advice on your points of interest and stuff, because otherwise I would have just been hopelessly lost for hours, which probably would have been fun still, but in terms of actually getting useful yeah, shadow quality is on high. It is. I did change that right before, but yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with how you've managed to. I don't know how you made it crazier. I made lots of comments on how I enjoyed the way you like traversing through your bases and like the randomness of these pathways and stuff. I was not expecting you to go full parkour maniac and like quadruple down on that whole concept. But I think it makes for an incredibly fun map to like run through and see. And on top of that, like your designs, everything is so different and unique. Like there's nothing about one base that is now, or one tower that's the same as the previous ones. Like they're all unique, they're all different. They all have their own little challenge in them. They all have their own like style and stuff now. Like this stuff looks freaking awesome. It's chaos, it's complete chaos. But at the same time, it looks epic. Very cool. The layout and interior, I gotta give you a 10 on that because I don't know anyone that's created that good of a maze before. Like your layout, the concept of it, the way you go up to go down and back to go forward, like jump on this to go there, like it's pure creativity at its finest. So I was very fun to just jump through this like a goofball. It felt less like a base tour and more like a parkour challenge, it was a fun way to like switch it up in many ways. But also like your designs have turned really interesting and unique. Very, very unique in many ways. I think great job on that. It was a lot of fun. The materials and exterior, I can't grade it the same way I've graded the other ones because like part of it is just chaos in many ways, and you've accomplished chaos. Like to do the crazy parkour things, the outside of the bases have to be kind of chaotic, have to be kind of unique and interesting. And so I really enjoy that side of like how you've made these towers into ridiculous parkour challenges, and that each one of them is just totally unique and different. Like, I don't really know how to grade on the same level other than the fact that like it was just so fun. Like everything's a fun out of 10 on this one. And impressive, just the amount you've built and the amount of parkour craziness, just fun that you've had with it is so freaking epic. Like the structure doesn't mean anything because it's not about it. It's about like this solar punk, like your little name for it, like steampunk, solar punk, chaos, futuristic city vibes, like are super fun and interesting. And they don't really like adhere to the grading system that I've created now. Like your other original start sort of felt in the realm of like, oh, this is like a normal base. This is like purely a almost like playground level challenge build that just happens to be a city at the same time. Like it's insane. It is so cool. So I don't really know how to grade like the materials and exteriors because the interior is the whole point of it is the interior like parkour challenge, but then the exteriors are like in a fun way hodgepodge crazy randomness. Like none of it makes any actual sense. I mean, you've got like changing squares like that are rotating on these like at different angles. Like it's complete chaos, but it also like in a weird way, like each of these, the way you've lit these different layers up, like each of them feel like almost like how you could picture a futuristic city built in many ways. Like they don't make sense. They're not all coherent and like make sense in many ways. Like that's not the point of them. The point of them is each one is meant to be like its own unique challenge and its own unique parkour thing. So the materials are just different and fun for that exact point and nothing else. And it's not really meant to make sense because it's like this futuristic kind of design that like anything can happen and anything goes in many ways that I think is really fun. I had a great time looking at it. And functionality, like again, fun out of function, because again, the's no function in it. It is purely meant to just be fun. So the function is that it's fun, and you've killed it. It was probably, I've had a lot of fun viewing everyone's bases over the last couple months. I have a lot of fun doing these base reviews. This is the first one that like actually was like playing a game inside a base. So that was like super unique in many ways. So like functionally, it was so fun. And like I literally feel like I'm just gonna give you fun out of 10 on all of these for the scores, because I don't know how to grade this chaos and how epic it is. It's like, yeah, the theme and continuity. There is no continuity between any of this, other than the fact that it's like an insane parkour challenge through the entire thing. Like, every piece of it is just a fun new challenge, a new way to walk around, a new like visual aesthetic. I really enjoy this chaos and the lighting, and how somehow these ridiculous parkour towers also somehow feel like futuristic crazy buildings and stuff. The lighting is epic. The theme of your, like, it's somehow the least cohesive build I've seen, and somehow the continuity and theme of it still goes through. I don't even know really how to explain it, because it hurts my brain trying to say it, but it's somehow all of it, even though like this is all pebble and clay foundations and this is all like grass and stem stuff, like somehow it works together in a weird way. Like I don't really know how to make it make sense, but it does in some way, shape, or form. Like this is almost like a Asian style, like Japanese style architecture with these like super futuristic, crazy looking like skyscraper tower things, and somehow it weirdly works. Like I don't know how to tell you any other way than it just weirdly works. It's fun. That there's so much detail, there's so much happening, that I just enjoy looking and finding new little pieces, and could probably spend hundreds of hours not finding every little piece, every little design decision you've done. So I think it's awesome. The overall creativity, that's an easy 10. Or a 20, like pure creativity, pure fun. The fact that it's a city and all of the other things it's doing at the same time is like so epic. So cool. And the potential, I mean, it's just fun. I don't even know what to grade you on potential at the end of the day, because like it's potentially gonna blow my computer up if you keep building and I have to do another review. I don't know how you can do more. I want to know how you haven't hit the build limit yet, is what's crazy to me. There's so much stuff. There's so much decor. There's so many items, so many foundations. Like, it's insane how much you fit into this world in this little, like, it's not even that like large of a space at the end of the day. Like it hasn't expanded. It's expanded vertically an insane amount, but like, it's not even that much space that you take up, and you somehow manage to fit so much in it. It's cool. That's all I got for you, man. Building up might cheat the build limit. Maybe that's the secret, because this is so many items. Like, this is a lot of stuff. There's so many decor pieces. The lighting alone would hit the world limit for most people, if you like. I don't know. Great job, though. Honestly, Astral Lizard builds. Thank you for letting me play for a little bit. Not just reviewing a base this time. Like, I got to play and have a little fun at the same time. So it was a really fun experience, and a great maybe segue into the idea that maybe we do some playgrounds and review other stuff as well, like people that are having just pure fun and not just helping design new things, but also just experience some of the cool things that people have built. I could see when Playgrounds is out, I could see us having a lot of fun just showing off some random playgrounds and stuff, especially as we run out of normal bases to just constantly review. These would be really fun to throw in, because that was a blast. Honestly, we've been doing that for 40 minutes or something like that now. Like, the time flew by. I just had a great time. So yes. Once again, thank you, Astral Lizard. That was epic. That was so much fun to just... And I suck at parkour. I'm not a parkour challenge person, so... to be able to have fun while doing it and not getting just frustrated because I suck at it is also an accomplishment, where it wasn't too difficult, but it also was fun at the same time. So kudos to you. That was really cool. It was really epic. So it is now 11. I have an early morning tomorrow for work, so I'm going to call it here. I really appreciate everyone hanging out, viewing these awesome bases. You guys they just get better and better. I don't know how it keeps happening. Like, they just get more and more epic every week. Somehow they just get better and more interesting and crazier and more ridiculous. And the upgrades, the changes that people are making are really fun to come back and see too. It makes re-reviewing really fun when like that. It's changed so much. Like, they get so much better, and like all the little feedback that I make is like minuscule to like the changes that you guys make. Like, I make one little comment and you guys like blow it out of the water. So you guys are killing it. It's so much fun. Once again, we will be back tomorrow night. I'm thinking we might do the Peeper Challenge, like another test run or practice run, first part of the stream. So like the first hour, maybe see how I'm feeling, maybe later in the stream after building. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll be building minimum for a decent portion of the stream tomorrow, and then we'll also potentially be doing a Peeper Challenge run tomorrow or maybe the next day. We'll just see how it goes, because I got to get some practice, because people are kicking my scores butt from our first run. I suck compared to everyone else, so we got to get way better if we want to raise some good money. But once again, thank you for everyone for being here. If you're able to, make sure to check out the links in the description and on my About Me portion of my Twitch page. If you're able to donate to Extra Lives, it's an amazing cause, such a cool charity. And we will be supporting that event through November 7th, I believe. And then the Obsidian crew will be taking over, and our total, we're hoping to get to $3,000. That will be added to the total of the Obsidian streaming, like month-long event that they're going to be doing to raise money for Extra Lives as well. So anything we can do helps them in their total and what they're trying to do. So it's an awesome event where we get to support the developers and their goals, and also as a community, we get to come together and help each other out. I will be talking more about this charity and that stuff tomorrow, and I will go over more of the build stuff as well and those challenges. But yeah, appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. Thank you again for letting me show off these freaking epic bases. They just get more and more fun to review every week, and I'm having an absolute blast doing these. So I appreciate everyone going out on a limb and letting some random dude on the internet review your bases and show them off to the community. You guys are awesome for being so supportive to everyone as well, because not everyone is as nice and amazing as you guys. So I appreciate you guys creating a welcoming and fun environment for people to kind of go maybe out of their comfort zone, and letting them sharing a base with thousands and thousands of people that end up viewing these videos and streams and stuff. So it's very appreciated that you guys are so awesome and we have such a great community. But other than that, I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you are not part of the Discord, make sure you join that as well. And otherwise, I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.